Let's go. Let's go. What's up, y'all? Welcome to Carolina Takedown Talk. It's the mega show, Rhett. Oh, let's go. We're hype. We should have filmed.
So excited.
We should have filmed when we saw the brackets drop. They were teasing us today.
Yeah.
Man.
First off, yeah, that's my first complaint of the day. Okay,
complaint number one.
I'm gonna have many. All right, I feel like I'm gonna try not to, but I feel like I'm gonna have many. All right, we're just gonna go ahead and get this nice little.
Right to it.
Also, it's water. Okay, nobody come at me. All right, liquid death. No free ads though. All right,
no free ads.
You know, no free shoutouts.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. That's amazing. So, anyways, yeah, what is with this crap of
I don't know. I don't understand why
2:30.
2:30.
Normally,
it's normally like between 11
I'm
and
going to
12.
snitch on Ryan here a little bit. Normally, Ryan here is sitting in church.
Oh yeah,
And
every year.
As shout out Pastor Bruce Frank, is giving the message, right? Ryan's sitting here like a fiend, just like, all right, are they there?
Looking through every bracket.
Are they there?
Yep,
Are they there?
boom,
Nope,
boom,
they're
boom.
not there. Okay.
And I did
Are
the
they
same
there?
thing today.
Yeah. So over under.
Over under.
Uh-oh. Hold on. We got our first technical malfunction of the day. We're just going to keep on walking through it, though. We're going to work through
it's
this.
all good. So,
And, yeah, the first...
the first over under of the day.
how many times did you check your phone today?
Today,
to see?
if the brackets,
Yeah.
north of 200 times probably.
Oh, dang. I went like 500.
Yeah.
I was guessing...
It was a lot. It was
like,
a lot.
yeah, I was guessing 5. But all good. So again, we're working through this.
Yeah, it's all good. So we're excited. State tournament time. Ready to go. Fired up. I know you guys are too. We'll see everybody on Thursday. 1A people. We'll see you on Friday. It's back on. I see it. No. So 1A people will see you on Friday.
You gotta love live shows.
Yeah, gotta love live
Right.
shows. Hey, we're getting to it.
We're working on it. We're doing our best here, okay? I promise.
We appreciate you guys all tuning in. We're on all of the social media accounts. So you could be here on Rockfin with us or YouTube or...
We're kind of on them right now.
Yeah.
Right? We're working on it.
We're on
I'll be
Facebook.
quiet. I'll let you just...
Yeah, we're on Facebook right now. Live on there, live on Instagram. So all the social media accounts, which is really cool. Shout out to Rhett Hoy for getting that done. So we appreciate it. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Yeah, we know we're not able to see us right now. Rhett's fixing that right.
I'm working on it, I swear.
He's going to fix it real quick, and then we're...
Don't worry. None of you are panicking as much as I am right now.
He's sweating bullets, but it's all good, guys. We're going to get
Mainly
up.
because it's
Hey, just buckle up. Just
90
know
degrees in here.
I keep my office nice and warm.
Yeah,
But
shout out
just
to
know,
Ryan's
buckle
office
up.
here.
Go ahead, get some snacks. Go ahead and get some water. Sit down. Be ready to be with us because we're going to talk through every single bracket that's out. So 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, all the brackets. Break down quarters to watch, quads to watch, first round matchups that we noticed when we first looked at the brackets. We're going to talk through everything that's going to go down with them. We'll talk about the girls. So the order we're going to go in, we're going to go 1A, 2A, girls, 3A, 4A. And with that, guys, we are going to kind of take breaks a little bit in between each one. Not a long break, but just enough to get our sponsors in there. So thanks and shout out to our sponsors of the state tournament coverage. We got Combat Athletics, North Carolina Wrestling Factory, K Vegas Elite Wrestling Club, OBX Wrestling Factory, Raleigh Area Wrestling Club, Cap City Wrestling Club, Dark Horse Wrestling Club, NC USA Wrestling, and then Compound Sportswear, which fire gear Compound put together for us. Rhett and I got ours yesterday. Rhett's wearing, once you'll be able to see him, he's wearing the sweatshirt today. It looks fire. It looks fire. And when you guys get yours, you guys should have gotten most of it. I think most of you guys probably got yours already. When you do, go ahead, take a picture, tag us. We'll share it up on our Instagram and Facebook. It's pretty awesome gear. We're pumped on it. It's comfy. It's cozy. Got the combination of the black and gold NC matte stuff. And then also we got the blue NC matte in there, which is pretty
back. All right.
We're back on the video.
Holy cow. I know
Back on
everybody
the video.
missed being able to see me
Listen,
here.
kind of getting the bugs out of it. We have, remember,
Even Mike Mock
listen,
run for
the
face
Mega
of
Show.
North Carolina.
The Mega Show always
kidding.
has something, right?
Yeah, we have to. We either have to
Last
change
year,
locations.
We had to change locations because my internet went out. This year, we were like, you know what? We'll do it at a place where we don't think the internet will go out. And, you know,
and we'll also, we'll do it at like 3 because the brackets will come out. Everybody will be kind of
perfect
out of their practice or this or that. You know, we'll have plenty of time.
It's all good. It's all good. But it's the best time of year, guys. We can't wait to see you.
And then North Carolina USA, or not North Carolina USA Wrestling. No, not them. Shout out NCUSA Wrestling though. The NCHSA decides not to drop the brackets and just decides
that's where we
just
started, right?
Tease us all day. That was the meanest thing.
It was
and
torture.
I know, like, Trip Rogers put it out there, right? And just to have the tournament built, to have it sitting there, and have the brackets, or not have the brackets, have the weights, classifications, everything else, and not give us the freaking brackets.
Yep,
It's just cruel and unusual punishment.
I was starting to get a little
appreciate
nervous. I was starting to get a little nervous about our 3 o'clock start time, and then it worked out perfect. That's why we're a few minutes.
Perfect is a bold move.
Perfect move, but
I did just have to scramble over there, and I don't know if anyone had to listen to my breathing right there of like me freaking out. I got to fix one more thing. Dang it! It's all good.
It's all good. We're fine.
We're working through this.
So, but the thing is, brackets dropped 2:30. Rhett and I looked at each other. I said, brackets are out. And then we went straight flex, excited.
Yeah,
we were like, we should have filmed that.
Definitely.
It was funny.
Flexing so hard.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. It's worth it. It's worth it for you guys, right?
It is. It's so we can't wait to see you guys on Thursday. Brackets finally came out at 2:30. I know everybody was hyped like we were. As far as Thursday, what the plan is we'll be there Thursday morning, just like always. We'll do the state champ picks then, right? So no picks today. Rhett and I aren't making any picks. I actually don't know some of the weights who I'm taking. We're just going to go through the brackets and kind of talk through matches to watch, etc. Interesting things. We already saw a couple of I hate the way sometimes our state tournament seated and seeing some of the kids on the same side.
I think it's a lack of seeding.
Yeah.
Like,
True. So but we talk about that every
the top 4.
We kind of talk about that every single year. Not going to stay there and harp on it this year, but there's a couple incidences where there's a couple of really fire first round matches. Again, so we're going to start off with 1A, 2A, 3A, and then so we're 1A, 2A, girls, 3A, 4A. The girls bracket's been out a little bit, right? So they have had a couple weeks where they've been chilling. Not chilling, they've been practicing, but they haven't competed, right? Which is an interesting little wrinkle. So, 1A, are you ready to talk about it? You ready to jump in?
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, 1 sec. All right.
Give me,
You're good.
I mean it.
So, thinking about so if you're looking for a regionals.
I'll cry.
If you're
kidding.
If you're looking for a regionals recap, we're not going to really be doing that on this show. We're going to be just talking about the state brackets. The regionals recap is up on our Rockfin. I did that last night. It went up probably about 11 p.m. It's about 30 minutes of just me rambling about all the regional results. I didn't go through every single one, but I talked about the big ones I thought and some of the team implications. And again, so we're really appreciative of all of our sponsors for the show. All the club sponsors.
Ryan is rambling and stalling like no other right now, and I appreciate it.
Nope,
but
I'm good.
We are going to kick this off.
Let's go.
With 1A, brought to you by. And we're back. You still probably can't see us. But that is because we're going to have the bracket up for just a few. As you guys are watching this, you know, you guys can head over to Track Wrestling and look at all these brackets yourself. You can go check those out. Those are there. I think if you've made the state tournament, you probably know
where to go. Yeah.
Where to go. But just in case we got some parents or, you know, new listeners, new watchers of the channel.
Yeah, especially we're on different platforms today, right? We're finally able to go live on Facebook, Instagram.
Exactly.
It's cool. But let's start off with 1A106, right? To me, 1A106, the story of the regional tournament was Alexandro Ikotul from Avery County. He beat Olaide from Mount Airy, put himself on the other side of the bracket with Chittagong, right? Not only did he win that match, but he only lost 3-2 in ultimate tiebreaker to Skylar Anderson, who seemingly has been the favorite. So looking at this right now, I'm already in the 1A bracket looking at Chittagong Ikotul as a Friday night semi. Now, Ryan Johnson is really good, too, right there. That Chittagong-Johnson matchup, if I would pick a best first-round matchup, is probably the one to watch here. But that semi is going to be huge. And it's not just huge, right? It's not just huge for Chittagong and Tool getting to the finals, right? It's huge for the team race right here. All right, huge for the team race. Uari versus Avery. Uari punched a ton of people through, 13 wrestlers through. Avery County got 6 through. They're going to need
I feel like we have that time old battle this year in 1A of, you know, I don't want to say quality over quantity, but like you have 6 hammers and Uari brings hammers to the table.
Oh, yeah, they got
but,
theirs.
You know, it's just quality over quantity is not the right.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Saying for that.
6 absolute hammers.
Because Uari Charter has proved that they are.
Yeah, and they have their
quality.
hammers too, right? But you're saying 6 guys that they know they could be top 2 versus 13 guys that you have sprinkled throughout. Some guys are going to maybe go 0-2. Some guys are going to win, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what's that going to look like? And we're going to break down the team race at the very end, right? Well, all the team races.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about who we think is going to win MOW for each one, too. But 1A, 106, looking at that Chittagong-Johnson first-round matchup, the potential semi between Thule and Chittagong is huge, team race-wise, and I think just matchup-wise, right?
Yeah.
Stepping up to 113. So 113 at 1A. The story, Holt Quincy, Adair Panama, Paxton Kearns. They're kind of the top 3 dogs, right? Man, I'm already, my brain can't help myself. I want to know what a Holt Quincy, Adair Panama matchup goes like. And I know that it's not possible till the finals, Ryan. It's not possible till the finals, so stop thinking about it. And Paxton Kearns can mess that up because I think really highly of him as a freshman for URA Charter. So, but I just want to know what that looks like, right? Holt Quincy, really good on the mat. He's underrated on his feet, but really, really good on the mat. That's where he won his match last year against Ethan Hines in the state finals. Panama, one of the slickest kids on his feet around. So I just can't help but think maybe that's the match. But if you're looking for kind of a step before that, Paxton Kearns Panama semi is going to be fun. Best first round matchup, I think, is with Holt Quincy. Liam Jackson, the freshman out of Polk County, is really tough. Polk County qualified 9, and qualified 9, and they've been really grinding all year last year, all summer long, and it's paying off this year. They're a program on the rise. They were not far. They beat Avery and Robbinsville in duels this year, and Liam Jackson's a part of that up-and-coming program, right? So just a freshman, wrestling Holt Quincy. That's a tough draw, right? You're wrestling defending state champ first round, but it's not a great draw if you're Holt Quincy either, right? Daggum, as Coach Hensley says. Daggum. Daggum.
Still one of the best-looking warm-ups in the state.
Oh,
too,
yeah.
in my opinion.
They got some great gear.
I'm just saying.
They got some great gear
Okay.
in Polk County.
Like, that's just that's my opinion.
So 1A, 113 there.
You let me know whenever we're ready to roll.
I'm ready.
I'm trying to get them set up in front.
You're
like,
good.
I know I may be quiet, everybody, but
Rhett's running
all
the stream.
probably-
I just get to run my mouth.
they're all
so.
probably like, thank God, it's finally quiet.
120 though. I'm ready for
We're
120.
so excited.
Pumped. So 1A, 120. We got a couple of
Dang,
wrinkles.
I meant they're excited that I was being quiet.
There,
You
it's-
didn't have to say pumped right there. That was
Oh, my bad. My bad.
It's all right.
All right, so 1A, 120. Right off the bat, up at the top, the 1A East versus the 4A West, I think is a great first round match. Caden Dale from South Stanley, East Regional Champ. Colton Vestal from East Surrey. He's a 10th grader. Anytime you look at the 1A brackets, we talked about this last year. We talked about it the year before. You can't rest in your laurels, right? There's no warm-up match the first round, really, right? Because it's just, you're starting in the quarters. The team race implications are right away. The tough matchups come right away, right?
Off the get-go.
Off the get-go. And it's the same thing here in the top of that bracket. Now, looking at the top of the bracket, it's great to see Efren Rivera in there after he broke his arm last year at the regional tournament. Be able to come back sophomore season, get here to the state tournament at 120 pounds. If you're thinking about likeliness to make the finals, I think he's got a pretty likely shot just considering his track record, but we'll see what happens there. Not making picks today, but right.
Right.
And like I said, we'll make picks Thursday morning in the Coliseum. You can tune in live just like this. We'll do it live. On the bottom half of the bracket, do we need to say any more about Cooper Foster?
No, I mean, book it.
Right? Cooper Foster hasn't lost an in-season match.
Sorry, I wasn't supposed to make a pick.
Sorry, it's like I'm not supposed to make a pick, but
Yeah, that's my bad.
but Cooper Foster hasn't lost an in-season match in almost 3 years now.
Decades.
Yeah, but he hasn't lost in almost 3 years here. So he's one of the Avery Hammers. They're going to need him to score the bonus that he normally scores if they're going to be in the contention for the team title. Yeah. So let's go 126 because that one I think is the most intriguing bracket of 1A.
The most funnest?
The most funnest, right? It's the most intriguing bracket of 1A. Ike Holt right at the top. He did the thing at the East Regionals, right?
Yep.
The four top guys really were at the East Regional, in my brain at least. Maybe top 4 out of the top 5. And he did it, and with bonus. So he puts himself in a good position at the top of the bracket, but right there, sitting in the other part of the quad, or this half of the bracket, is David Lambright and Amon Villarreal from Polk County. That's a great first-round matchup. This whole bracket's full of them, full of great first-round matchups. Because then you look right below that, you got Colton Lewis and Cale Stevenson. Cale Stevenson, senior already. This is a kid you and I have watched in the West. We saw him at the Falcon Frenzy his freshman year and sophomore year, and we saw him at the Smoky Mountain Grapple. Really good top game. Going to be really tough to beat the state tournament. And he draws Colton Lewis first round, which Colton Lewis trained. He's at NECP with Ryan Mann, Holt Quincy. He's really good. So that's going to be a really great first round matchup in my opinion as well. And then it doesn't stop. Saldana from URI Charter and Bryson McFalls from Mitchell. Bryson McFalls won the regional tournament in the West. It's crazy when you're a regional champion, you draw a 4 like Saldana.
It kind of hurts a little bit.
It's a little bit of a tough draw. If you are a charter team race-wise, this is probably a match you want, right? Yeah. Get a win here, get them into the semis, and got a chance to make the finals. And it just kind of gives you a chance to extend that lead or even get into the lead, depending on how things fall. This bracket, to me, I feel like Ike Holt's the favorite based on the regional tournament, right? But this is a wide open weight. It has been all year. If you've been following my state champ picks at this weight all year long, I've kind of been bouncing around because I'm not entirely sure who's the best guy. But this one, it could go a bunch of different ways. 132.
Let's do it.
All right, 132 at the top of the bracket. Steven Rivistello from Tarboro. I said this on the regional recap. I think it's crazy. Like crazy as in like wild that him and Stenson Collins both were state placers last year at 144 pounds. And now they're wrestling 132. Both of them. You don't see that a lot, right? And it's even crazier, I think, in my opinion, for Rivistello, because I think about him and Kenneth Pritz wrestled at 144 state finals. And now Kenneth Pritz is wrestling 165 and Rivistello is wrestling 132.
Jeez.
So that's kind of weird, right? Anybody else think that's just like wild? Okay.
Okay, no.
All right, fine. But Rivistello at the top of that bracket, I think the best first round matchup in this bracket is right below it with Whirl from UR Charter and Brody Wolf from Polk County. Brody Wolf, state qualifier last year as a freshman. Gets back to the state tournament as a regional runner-up. Again, Polk County on the rise. And I think this is big for the team race too, right? You and I were kind of texting about it. In order for Avery or Robbinsville or Mount Airy to win, they're going to have to work kind of together and pick off some of UR Charter's guys, right?
No joke. Like, they have to.
The West is going to have to work together and pick off some of UR Charter's guys.
They have to, yeah.
To put them in contention and then see how the rest of it shakes out. It's really kind of how it goes, right? On the bottom half of the bracket, you have state runner-up last year, Loxton Hooper, kind of sitting there not by himself, but in a really good spot comparatively to the other side of the bracket. 1A, 138, Ryan.
And that's my bad. I thought that I had the 132 that whole time up. So I'm going to just leave it there for just a second.
Leave it
Let
for a
people
minute.
look at the bracket if they want to.
Well,
again, you guys can go check these out on track.
Well, when you guys get a chance to peep out what I was talking about in the 132 bracket, Ryan Mann is a dog, man. We saw him at Super 32, and we thought this is one of the most improved guys we've seen. And he trains at Cap City Wrestling Club, right, who's sponsoring the 1A action, right? If anybody's a poster boy for going into that room at Capital City and coming out as better than they were before, it's Ryan Mann. And that's someone who is really good already. Right? Yeah. Someone who's elite already, and it showed, right? So
absolutely.
Ryan Mann kind of is the poster boy for that. And he sits at the top of the 138 bracket with a potential semi against Creed Smith.
I got to give you credit there. What a segue.
Thank you. Thank you. Every once in a while I got one. Creed Smith, though, he's so good. He was state placed as a freshman. If you remember, freshman year, first round, went upset over Jason Kennedy. Last year, Jason Kennedy got him back. But Creed Smith has been tough his whole career. So he's not going to go down without a fight against Ryan Mann if those two make their way to the semi. The first round match in this bracket, though, is you got Eli Thomas, Allegheny, who was a state runner-up prior in his career. I think it was his sophomore year he was a state runner-up. And then you have Ricardella, who has been wrestling out of his mind lately for UR Charter, right?
Yep.
He had a fall over Spainhour in the dual state championships a couple weekends ago. Who Spainhour sits on the bottom as the regional champ, right?
Yeah.
And if you're Spainhour, right, I think he's really good. I think really highly of him. But if you're a regional champion, then you look at the bracket and you're like, crap, Ricardella, the guy who just beat me, is up at the top. Or it could be excitement, right? It could be like, I'm going to get this guy back, right? But that first round match between Ricardella and Eli Thomas is huge. I think.
Yeah.
Right, and again, another place where UR Charter can.
Man, Polk's got some tough first round.
They do
matches, don't they?
They really do. They drew some really tough ones.
Yeah, they drew some
for a team that qualified 9. They got a lot of really hard first round matches.
Which
it's a state tournament. Daggone, it's a state tournament, right?
So. Are you okay?
little hiccup there. Little hiccup. Hey, it's okay.
That scared me.
144. At the top of the bracket, you got Brandon Jordan from UR Charter, who didn't even start the year as a starter. So that's pretty awesome. And he ends up a regional champ. He's a former state qualifier, so let's not pretend like He was
Yeah, let's not talk about like let's not pretend that he just came out of nowhere.
He was a former state qualifier. He just wasn't in the lineup the first part of the year, and then ends up coming on into the lineup, getting a regional title, and again, look at what's on his side of the bracket. Mason Bentley. Mason Bentley, runner-up.
I feel like if you have Bentley in your name, I just don't want to see you on my bracket.
Yeah.
In any way, shape, or
Here's
form.
the thing. Mason Bentley lost to Leighton Hooper at the regional tournament, and that ended up being super beneficial for Leighton Hooper, right? That match.
Yep.
Because Leighton Hooper sitting on the bottom, kind of hanging out a little bit, where now Brandon Jordan and Mason Bentley got to wrestle each other just to get to the finals. And again, if Avery's going to win a team title, they need this one. They need this one. This is one they need, right? They got to punch these kids through the finals.
Yeah.
So this one and the Chittagong one are absolutely vital for them. Stepping up to 1A, 150, Jack Martin and Caden Thorne, URA Charter. Again, so we've been talking a lot about Avery in the team race here. Mount Airy is bringing 10. Mount Airy's bringing 10.
Like everyone wants to talk about URA Charter right now, bringing 13.
13, but
Mount Airy's building. I mean, they have been, right?
Yeah, they were in the state finals, right?
Yeah, we've been seeing them kind of coming on for a while now, and it looks like they're here, right?
Yeah, their time is now, right? And Jack Martin, Caden Thorne, so we get a Mount Airy URA Charter. This is big for Mount Airy's title hopes, right? They kind of need Jack Martin to put Thorne away and kind of advance through this bracket with their 10 guys, right? And we're going to talk a little bit more deep team race stuff at the end. We'll do team race and MOW stuff. So, and then on the bottom side of the bracket, it's been the guy who's been consistently the best guy probably all year long. That's Carson Warwick, right? Carson Warwick's really good. I do like this first round matchup between Mason Leonard and Devin Hall. I think that's going to be kind of a fun little scrap between those two guys. But Carson Warwick, been consistently the best guy all year long. And speaking of the best guy, 1A 157. Lorenzo Alston. Straight, superhuman, amazing.
Dog,
right? Like, kid's so good. He's so good.
Dog.
Anytime he steps on the mat, I know we're going to get a really good clip, a good highlight. Sometimes we have to ask him to stay on the mat a little longer, right? Like, gets a lot of quick pins.
He doesn't really like it when we do that, you know. But
he's
trying
to win, right? So he's a great kid, great wrestler. He sits at the top of this bracket as kind of just a little bit of tier above, right? Yeah. Tier above. Not to make picks, but I mean, come on, guys, come on. But if you look at the bottom half of the bracket, Michael Morrow from I think it's Bradford Prep there, BPS, Bradford Prep, 27-1. Landon Browning, Tarboro High School, 17-2. Good first round matchup. Now, I've said before, records, blah, 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 but these guys, their records match how good they are, right? Their records match how good they are. Yeah. So this is a great little first round matchup. And the winner of this possibly could be the finals opponent for Lorenzo Alston. Or it could be Skylar Blackwell, who sits on the bottom, Polk County, right? If Polk County wants to get in this team race, Skylar Blackwell needs to make the finals like he's supposed to, right? Yeah. Seeded to make the finals. He needs to do that if they're going to get in this race. Even though they qualified 9, they got 9 really good kids, but they need some finalists, right? Those finalist points. We know that those 20, 25 finalist points are huge. Stepping up to 165 pounds at 1A. Aiden Foster on the top of the bracket, and John Martin. I'm skipping to the semis. I'm skipping to the semis here. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, Bell. I'm sorry, Cash Hat. I got you. You're awesome. But Aiden Foster, John Martin, and this is massive, right? Again, URI, Mount Airy. This is one they need. In my opinion, this is one they need to win here. Aiden Foster has been so good all year. We saw him at the duel against Seaforth, and we watched him. And we said, we like this kid. He wrestles hard. He wrestles tough. He's in your face. He gets a score. And John Martin was a state runner-up last year, right? He's got 4 losses, 2 of which are to Kenneth Pritz, right? Kenneth Pritz is kind of put it on both times.
Dog.
Yeah. So in that, speaking of Ken Pritz, right? He's on the bottom, undefeated on the year. He's beaten Caleb Cox. He's tech-falled Will Fincher. He's tech-falled John Martin. One of the guys he hasn't bonused on the year, one of the very few people he hasn't bonused on the year, is Aiden Foster. If you remember, we watched the Smoky Mountain Grapple finals, and Aiden Foster didn't give him, quote-unquote, all he could handle, but he wrestled him really tough.
Right.
Right? Really tough. And Kenneth Pritz, yeah, man, to me, it's just how much bonuses he get on the way to the finals, and we'll see what his finals opponent is. Really great wrestler, great kid. His uncle's pretty cool, too. Shout out, right? Shout out to our man, Zach. But
great coffee.
Great coffee, great people. Kenneth Pritz, though, on the bottom half of that bracket. You do have Fabian Sabian from Rosewood. Took the loss to Foster in regional finals. But we're not making picks, but I think that's what we're going to see. 175, man, 175. And the East regional finals were so big at this weight. Oh, man. Elijah Williams majored Caden Bond. When I saw that result,
I didn't see that coming.
I didn't see that coming at all. I thought it was going to be if Caden Bond lost, because we saw him wrestle, right?
Yeah.
And we saw him beat John Martin in the state dual finals, and then we saw him beat Judge Lloyd at the beginning of the year. And I was like, I don't think Caden Bond's going to lose this one to Elijah Williams. Elijah Williams is really good, but Caden Bond has been just lights out this year. And I was like, if he does lose, it's going to be like a 9-3, 9-4, something like that, right? Like something kind of close-ish.
Right.
Or, even closer than that. I thought that was as much as it would get out of hand.
Wrong.
But it was a 14-5 major decision for Elijah Williams. And by doing so, Elijah Williams puts himself on the side of the bracket that's opposite of Andrew Meadows, which is huge, right? And so he's out on the other side. I think the best first-round matchup is probably Justin Joyce and Zaylin McCraw, Polk County. Again, Polk County with a bunch of really tough first-round matchups here.
Just building.
They're part of the reason it's a tough first-round match, but it's in there. And then on the bottom, you got Andrew Meadows, Caden Bond. That I'm kind of skipping to the semis there, but Meadows, we'll get to actually see that match, right? Because it didn't occur in the dual finals.
Right.
But Meadows has been nothing short of phenomenal all year long. 190 pounds at 1A, also known as Cale Dunn's weight. Right?
That's it. That's one of those.
It's one of those, right? Like Cale Dunn's
he's just so good.
He's so good. I mean,
I love watching him scrap.
Me too. Just going back to his freshman year, he won in the state finals, 1-0 against defending state champ on a tough third period rideout, right? At an upper weight as a freshman. He's been nothing short of phenomenal ever since. I think the only loss he's had since then was to Fred T. Ford's Zane Burkett, the year that Zane won a state title. So that was,
I think so.
I think it was 2 years. I guess that'd be 2 years ago now, or was that last year?
Zane was 2
years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago. So I don't think Cale Dunn lost at all last year. I'm like 99% sure.
My brain's mush.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah, already.
We're in 1A. And we can't be doing that, all right?
But Cale Dunn looking great. They got a UR Avery first round matchup there, right?
Talk
with Alvarez.
Crucial for team race.
Now on the other side, you got Joseph Miller from Lejeune. He's wrestling another Polk County kid, Chester Wilson. Chester Wilson, Polk County.
Freshman from Polk County.
Yeah, freshman. 9 guys. I'm telling you, 9 guys that got through. That's
freshman at 190.
If you're looking for the best first round matchup, that's probably it, right?
Miller Wilson.
Yeah, I think it's trap match for East Regional 1 to have Chester Wilson as the 4 seed out of the West. Bryson Caudle, probably the favorite to come out of this side of the bracket. He wrestled Cale Dunn in the finals. It was a quick fall for Dunn just because there's levels to this, right? There's levels to this. But he's probably and if Mount Airy, again, we've been saying this, if Mount Airy wants to be in the team race, this is one they got to get through to the finals. They need those finals points.
Which he's in a great spot on that side of the bracket. Like, that's just
100%.
Just what it is. But moving up to 215 here.
Yeah, let's roll to 215. Where at the top of the bracket you got Shropshire from URA Charter, who's someone we immediately left the gym at Seaforth and we're like, that kid's really good.
Yeah,
really good. We were really impressed.
It's always fun that we get to, we do get to travel out and see kids, and then there's always that one. It never fails. There's always one at each tournament or each duel that just stands out. That's like, man,
that kid, right?
Especially as early as we got to see him. It really
literally
seemed
first
like he
match
jumped
of the
levels,
year, right?
And
then so what I thought was going to be his finals opponent, if I was going to make predictions, Kellen Ensley from Robbinsville is on his side because he lost the regional finals to Connor Brinkley. So Connor Brinkley, sophomore, put himself in a really good spot on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, Brinkley's a next level kid, and I believe he was blood round or a round from blood round at high school nationals.
Okay.
He's had a solid year, so he's taken a few like weird losses this year. Took a loss to Young from Franklin.
Oh, that's a solid loss. That's
yeah,
good.
no, that's what I'm saying. Like he's had, so that one was probably his best loss, right? If there is
such a thing,
right?
Yep.
But other ones he's kind of like had sporadic losses, but he's been really putting it together towards the end of the season. Like I was looking at his season earlier today, just kind of going back through different results and whatnot, and he's had a really good tail end of the season. So I'm really intrigued by that. I think it'll be him and Shropshire in the finals. And
he put himself in a good spot by beating Ensley.
And I think he could give Shropshire trouble.
Yeah.
I don't know if he beats Shropshire yet.
We'll find out.
Only a sophomore, so it's exciting.
Now, 1A 285, my man. So this is one of the weights. This is why we're not making picks today. I got to think on this one, right? And plus, we want you guys to tune in on Thursday at the Coliseum, right? Thursday morning, we'll be there. Like 11 o'clock will be the show. But 1A 285, I literally might take the hat off my head, write everybody's name on a sticky note,
and just
put it in and just pick it out. Because I have no dang idea.
There's no front runner.
There's no front runner. Everybody who I think is the front runner loses. Just freaking loses, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think this is just going to end up being a wild weight. Who knows? We wrestled this one 10 times, 10 different winners, maybe even 10 different sets of placers. When you look at it, on the top side of the bracket, Maddox Carson, and you got Starr there, 1 versus 4, Kirkman, and then I butchered this kid's name last time, and Coach Hooper was like, hey, just call me, I'll tell you how to say it. And then I messaged him recently. He messaged me recently, and I messaged him back and said, my bad, I never called you. Rhett knows. The people that are closest to me know I am terrible.
It's impossible.
I'm terrible about the phone.
Like it's impossible most of the time to get him on the phone.
I'm terrible about it sometimes. But anyway, Skadisky from Robbinsville.
What was that?
Look at it. You say it.
No, hold on. Go one more time. Good gosh.
T-Sat-esky.
Tisateski is what I'm going with.
Okay. All right.
Tisateski.
Tisateski. Where are you getting the test out of? T-Sat.
C-Sat. E-S-A-I-E.
Listen, if you've been a fan of...
Tisateski. That's what I'm going with. That
was closer to what I said. Listen.
There's no way.
All right.
Robbinsville, let us know Friday. Okay.
Yeah. If you've been a fan of the show, it's an age-old pastime to butcher names, right? It's not
what we do.
It's not as easy as it looks, guys.
Brian
in the
is
moment.
Wrong.
The best first-round matchup, if I was going to say anything about it in this bracket, is Daniel Silver, NECP, versus Jason Vilandi from Allegheny. Vilandi was my pick for most of the back half of the year after I realized Grayson Holman was not going to come back for Avery. He just decided he didn't want to do that. So, but then, he took a couple losses too. So I don't know about this one. It's a wild wait. So That's 1A, guys. We're through with one classification. We still got 4 to go. 2A, girls, 3A, and 4A coming up.
That stresses me out.
Yeah.
Like I just that. Are you okay?
Yeah. Little cough. Hey,
jeez.
I'm still recovering a
If
little bit.
I die, it's because Brian killed me because he's sick. Okay.
I'm healthy. Just still got the lingering.
I don't know. If I die, it's him.
It's
all
him.
right. I
It's
need
me.
on record right now. If I die between now and Thursday, also, so I keep on feeling a little breeze. One, it feels amazing in here. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I know that you're probably freezing.
I'm actually okay with the Team Fat Boy
It's a
sweatshirt.
brisk 62 degrees in here.
Oh,
It
geez.
is heaven
Any
for me.
colder, and then I will be.
You know, I'm built like a polar bear, right? Built differently. Built different, probably like incorrectly, but still different. So, snow. We got to talk about this, right?
I don't want to talk about it.
Are you're ignoring it?
I'm ignoring it.
It's not happening.
Not happening.
Not happening, ignoring it. Just,
Yep.
if you ignore it, it's not going to happen.
Correct.
Okay. Personally,
Yeah.
I don't think that the state will push anything because, like,
I don't know.
I keep on getting DMs and texts and stuff like that about like what I think.
Do you remember
and all
what
this
happened?
stuff.
Remember when you and I went when I was coaching, didn't qualify. We didn't qualify anybody that year. We stayed at your brother's house,
Yeah.
and they pushed it to 2 days, back to the 2-day format, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
If we do
Worst case scenario. That's that.
I think that's a worst case.
Yeah.
But I also I'm thinking.
I also remember my junior year though. Junior, senior year. I don't know. I've had concussions since
it was senior regionals. You're talking about where they did the whole like late Saturday start.
Maybe. I
Yeah.
don't know. I just
Either
remember
way-
it snowed all week, and
Yeah.
we were like, "Are we gonna be able to like?"
We're
I'll drive
gonna
myself.
get the state tournament.
You know, exactly. That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
You really like put it into more of a panic here. I was really hoping that you would like, feed off of that and be like, nah,
I just don't. I'm.
punk. Anyways,
Whatever.
So
Whatever.
I don't think it's gonna be that bad.
It's
okay?
gonna be fine. We're gonna see you guys at Thursday at the state tournament. That's what's gonna happen. Okay, we'll see you Thursday.
All right, let's go to 2A.
Thanks
brought
to
you
Cap
by-
City
for 1A.
for one.
Rolling straight in.
2A, let's
106.
Go. 106. And now we're, those guys who are new to North Carolina wrestling, 1A, 8-man brackets, 2A, 3A, 4A.
Harder
and
to fit
girls.
on the screen.
Yeah, a little harder to fit on the
So,
screen, but
I'll be
16-man
working on it.
brackets. So, man, let's get into it.
I mean, I feel like we can see it pretty good. Y'all let me know, all right?
How the visual
in
is
one
for
of the
it.
chats.
So
that's kind of the tough part right now is that we are
navigating.
on Facebook, Instagram, Rockfin.
Yeah, we are.
I think we're even on Twitch right now, which I really didn't even know we had a Twitch, but
But now we do. We're doing it.
but pretty cool. I'm definitely missing something in my head right now, though.
Coach Hooper,
And
by the
YouTube.
way,
And YouTube.
Coach Hooper said
Was I right?
You were right.
Yes!
Gosh, man.
Yeah.
I hate being wrong.
I think I
really
just pulled
hate
something
being wrong.
else in like.
I really hate being wrong when Rhett's right. But
Gosh!
all right, let's get into 2A.
Aren't you a teacher?
Yes.
Ah.
A decent one. Decent one.
Ah.
All right. Here we go.
2A 106. Let's get into it.
All right, man. Automatically, my brain goes straight to the best quad, right? If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's the quad is 4 guys kind of sitting together who's going to come out of the quarter. So that's what I'm kind of looking for in every single bracket. When it comes to this bracket, I think we're hit with it on the bottom half with Raimundo, Phoenix Thomas, Tyler Mundell, and Anderson Wise. I think is the best quad of the bracket, right on the bottom. Now, with that said, Burkholder, Raimundo, semifinal, if that gets to be the case, that's going to be fire. Raimundo Randleman, very good. Aiden Burkholder, kind of in the driver's seat for the state title, right? After his performance in the holiday tournaments.
Right.
But lingering at the top, Hunter Dancy, out of the West, right? He's coming. And then Sam Boltez from Washington, who state placer last year, been really good all year. Someone that Washington, if they're going to try to catch Seaforth in the team title hopes, they got to have this kid, right? They got to have this kid score big points. So really impressed by Boltez's year so far. Burkholder, like I said, probably the favorite. And that quad on the bottom with Raimundo, Phoenix Thomas, Tyler Mundell, and Anderson Wise is probably the one to watch. 2A 113.
You know, I don't like how you like question it, like you don't know if I have it or not yet.
I didn't question it. I'm just saying, you ready?
I just the joke was, I wasn't.
It wasn't ready. It's all good. So,
hey, hold up. Hey, man. Hey, I'm just kidding. I got it right here.
2A 113. Okay, right away. Again, guys, looking at the quads to watch, and I think it's in the same exact spot. Very bottom of the bracket. Bladen Engel, Clayton Smiling, Alan Benitez, and Justin Artis. The best quad there. Engel, regional champ out of the West, but getting to be a regional champ out of the West, you get a potential quarter matchup with Alan Benitez. Really tough. Not ideal, right? Really thinking about it, at the Mid-East final between Jordan Miller and Alex Monks, right? Monks, state runner-up last year at 106, wrestled a bunch of the year at 106, and then at 113, and Miller put it on him in the regional finals.
Yep.
Major decision, which puts Monks at the top of the bracket, right? Not a great draw if you're Joseph Maples to potentially have a state runner-up in your quarter if you won a regional title. But he's going to have probably Monks there. And then Stephen Cross from Trinity, right? Trinity qualified 10.
Yep.
Qualified 10, so big.
And a manager.
Okay. That's a new one, right? That's a new one.
So that one is my bad. Inside thought. That was just
intrusive thoughts for the win.
Yeah.
But Stephen,
know.
Stephen Cross wins a regional title for Trinity, puts himself in a really good spot. Now he does have potentially Monks in the semi. Now, don't look too far past Tyler Kendrick from Moorhead though. He's sophomore, pretty sure state qualifier a year ago, and could be a potential trip up for Cross there trying to make the semi. Lots of good little quarters in this bracket. This weight's interesting because you have Monks and you have Miller, who are kind of the quote-unquote superstars, right?
Right.
And then Stephen Cross is kind of this unheralded hero kind of coming in now. And you have a bunch of really good guys, right? That could and I don't think Miller, Monks, or Cross are that far removed that they can't get picked off by one of these.
Right.
So I think this is really intriguing.
The tiers
bracket.
are close, right? Like it's not like in some of our other
it's not like a
weights
Cooper Foster, Cale Dunn kind of ahead of this situation, right? Let's go up to 120 because there's some fire up here. 2A 120. Again, let's look for the quad to watch. I think the quad to watch is the one that is not the top, but the second one down that starts off with Jose Trejo from Surrey Central. Trejo, third place last year at the state tournament. Someone I haven't really mentioned a whole bunch this year on the recaps, not because he hasn't been doing well, but I think me overlooking him. So, Jose, apologize for that, for one. Two, you're in the quad to watch. You got Baines first round, right? And then Brandon Nolasco Rayo, right, is sitting there in that quad as well. And then Larkins is in that quad as well. So that's probably the toughest quad here. Trejo on the same side as Tentany from West Caldwell. That's a potential semifinal there. Tentany's also a state placer last year. Down here in the bottom half of the bracket, Keller Guthrie wins the East Regional title. Super stoked, right? Won regional title. Gets rewarded with a potential quarter match against this Alexander Cecil kid. I've been incessantly talking about him on recaps for the past couple months. Freshman from Madison County, and he is tough as nails, guys. Don't be surprised if you see him make a semifinal run right here.
Yeah.
And then on the bottom, you see looming, two-time state placer, runner-up as a freshman, Gabe Rogers, right? He's a heavy favorite probably to make it out of the quad, probably a heavy favorite to make it to the final. We'll make picks on Thursday. But Gabe Rogers, best single in North Carolina wrestling. Love watching that kid. Great kid, too. Let's go.
Yeah, that just...
So clean.
Everyone knows it's coming.
Everybody. You have to.
Like, that's the thing.
But they can't stop it.
Yeah. So, we're going up to 126 here? Mm-hmm. Okay.
And we got our best first round matchup of the tournament so far. We're at 126.
Yeah. Okay.
Of 2A and 1A so far, right? Like the best one at 126 here. Sam Gosnell, Edgar Vasquez of Trinity, round freaking one. Round one.
Wow.
Let's go. Sam Gosnell wins a regional title. Gets rewarded with Vasquez out the gate. Not exactly ideal.
That is not fun.
Trinity are essential, right? Team race implications, tough as nails guys, gonna come at you, score points.
Yeah.
Right? And then they both end up on the same side as Aiden Sumners, who's been wrestling absolutely lights out all year long. So you got Sumners there.
What?
Yeah. Sumner's right there on that bottom quad of the top half. And Briello Nelasco Rayo, he's been wrestling really good all year. He ends up in the quad with Sumners because he didn't win a regional title. This bracket's got great quads, all of them. Going down the bottom half of the bracket, Bryce Perry versus Phoenix McHogg, right, or Machad from Newton Conover. He was third place last year.
You butcher every name.
I know.
It's so funny. Yeah, third place.
So let me cook. Let me roll.
I got you.
Phoenix, though, got third place last year for Newton Conover. Kind of had a little bit of an up and down year.
Yeah.
But
just please, Newton Conover, don't bring the flame singlet.
I know that's the worst singlet in wrestling, Shuff.
Shuff,
the worst singlet in wrestling.
I love you, buddy. I do. Please don't let them pack that singlet. I can't look at
it. But he's got Bryce Perry in the quarters.
Yeah.
Two really good state placers in the quarters. I think that's my quad to watch because that potential one right there.
And there's one more down here.
Yep.
That like, I don't want this to sound bad whenever I say it, but like I just keep on like forgetting how good this kid is.
Yeah.
Seth Allman.
I know. I agree with the statement.
I keep forgetting how good he is, and I feel like also just yesterday he was a freshman.
Yeah.
Like
I agree with that.
Every time I see him or like see a clip or anything, I'm just like, man, that kid just flies so far under the radar. Maybe just my radar. Like, I don't know, but
no, he's someone that he's got some other super studs on his team and always has. So he kind of falls in this like we're not talking about as much as we should.
Yeah.
But South Elwyn versus Brandon Mann there. Brandon Mann's been wrestling really well. Took out Nolasco Rayo in the finals at regionals. So this match is gonna have this whole bracket quarters dial in, right? Dial in.
Yeah.
All right, 2A 132.
Boom.
Bam. All right. Right away, you look to see, and yes, they separated Lane Armstrong, Cameron Goo. We could have a state champ on state champ matchup in the finals.
I would have had to fight somebody.
And that's what they're supposed to. If both
yeah.
state champs win their regional, they're supposed to separate them, right? Yeah. And they did.
I still just have to hop on my soapbox here of seed 1 through 4 with the one seed or with the region champs. Okay, regional runner-ups.
Yes,
seed at 5. Like just.
I agree.
I feel like it's not that tough.
I'm with you. I'm with you. But it worked out, right? Because they follow the protocol. The Athletic Association always makes me a little nervous, like, you know, when they release the brackets at 2:30.
Yeah.
Right? But Cameron Goo's in there.
We got beef.
He's heavy heavy favorite to come through the finals there. Moving all the way up. Won a state title last year at 106 pounds. Wrestling 132 here, right? We'll see him kind of navigate this field. On the bottom, we could get a rematch of last year's 126-pound state finals in the semis with Lane Armstrong of Seaforth, Adrian Fox of Chase. Okay?
Ooh.
Yeah, so Adrian Fox, we knew he was going to be on Goo's side or Lane Armstrong's side. He ends up with Lane Armstrong. We're going to get a rematch of the finals in the
Lane,
semis.
another
possibly.
kid to me, is just like somebody again, just like Allman, I just forget how good he is.
He's really good.
So just, I mean, it's my fault.
Yeah.
Like that
really good.
That I let this slide. But I just don't feel like I'd or I don't know if I just kind of expect that they're supposed to have like these results and they're supposed to have this season.
Yes.
And
no,
so
I
like
agree
it
with
just
you.
kind of like I overlook it because it's like, okay, that's what he's supposed to be doing. But then I go back and I look at it and I'm like, no, this kid's been like wrecking people and has only taken like tough losses.
Yeah,
you know?
no joke. So I kind of feel like this bracket, it's those three and then everybody else. I don't want to be kind of dismissive of Bladen Davis or anybody else like that. And I could be wrong, but that's kind of what I see it. Now, if you're looking for what match should I watch on Thursday, which match should I watch on Thursday is the best first round matchup, I kind of think it's Alex Lopez versus Chandler Marlowe up there in that top quad. RS Central always comes to wrestle, right? They are in your face. They score points. And I think that one's a good one to watch. Let's look at 138. All right, 138. This was one of the ones I was crossing my fingers for because they didn't have the separation criteria, right?
Yep.
Eli Horton, Jaden Allred separated. Horton on the bottom, Allred at the top. Now, look at the top of the bracket. The quad with Hector Calderon from Manio, First Flight, rival, right? Manio Outer Banks gets a regional champ here at 138 with Hector Calderon. Devin Cox of West Stokes. And you got Michael James and Wyatt Hernandez. I think it's the best quad of this bracket, right? Kind of all inherited names, but all in the same tier.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't know who's going to come out of that one is what I'm saying. Allred Perkins is a good potential quarter match. Look at this first round match, though, between Kaiser Perkins and Maddox Cody. I think that one's pretty fun. That is pretty tough.
That's probably the best first round. That's easily the first round or best first round 138 so far.
Yeah.
But can we just? I gotta skip down.
I see what you're going for. Go.
Alex May, same side. Eli Horton.
Yeah, I think this is the third year in a row he's been on the same side as Eli Horton. They both bumped up from 113. Well, here's the thing. Alex May was going to be on the same side as Elijah Horton or Jaden Allred, right? Possibly. Or Eli Horton and Jaden Allred could be on the same side. Alex May could have been sitting by himself, which would have been ideal for Alex May, right? If Horton and Allred were on the same side.
But I mean, when you're chilling, you get, here you go.
Yeah.
Same side.
At least this can be maybe a potential semi. First, he has to get past Michael Fisher from East Surrey. Really tough.
Yeah.
That's a good quarter. And then Dylan Belmont, he was a state placer last year as a freshman. Gonna wrestle Eli Horton there in the quarters. That's a little trappy, tricky match there.
Yeah.
Well, Eli Horton's looked absolutely phenomenal, even in a loss. Even in a loss at the Tiger in the finals, where he lost to the Korkachuk kid or whatever, from Tennessee. That's really good.
The what?
The kid from Tennessee. That's
Yes,
really good.
I know. I just wanted to hear you say his name again.
Boy, Bay. He still looked really good. He got the first takedown in that match.
Yeah.
But
Came out
Dylan Belmont is tough. And state placer as a freshman. So, good little bracket here at 2A 138. Let's look at 2A 144, where it's Bodie Kirkland's world. We're just living in.
Yeah, we're just living in that one.
All right, so Bodie Kirkland wins a regional title over the weekend on his birthday.
I almost wore the polo
Underneath
this.
just to shout out.
Yeah, but I couldn't.
Glad you didn't because it was warm in here for you, even though I'm freezing now.
Dude, it feels amazing in here. It is brisk 62 degrees.
Okay.
Just put like a
little
temperature gauge up there.
temperature. So, but Spencer Moore from Wheatmore versus Jazzy Milner from Moorhead, probably the best first-round matchup of this bracket, which is right underneath Bodie Kirkland. They got Bodie in the second round, so that's kind of tough. But quad-wise, I kind of like the one on the very bottom with Daniel Turner, Curtis Helms, Gabe Foreman, and Cameron Crawford. Gabe Foreman, state placer last year, took the loss in regional finals to Ashton Shields Adams, which was a really good win for Ashton Shields Adams. Lucas Allman, though, dangerous to come on this side of the bracket. Just a sophomore, wrestles at Mount Pleasant, really tough there. So good little bracket. If you're looking for a first round match to watch on Thursday night, look at that Moore from Wheatmore and Milner from Moorhead match. Let's go to 2A 150, which I don't know. This is another one of those weights where I don't know. I don't know who I'm taking.
Just what's happening to your voice?
I don't know. That's how I feel about it's because that's how I feel about this weight.
Yeah.
I feel like I keep picking somebody and they lose.
I know who I'm picking. I picked them all year.
Okay. Okay, say it.
Period. Aparicio.
Appreciate. Okay. You appreciate.
Lincoln, that was terrible.
That was terrible.
That was so terrible.
It was terrible.
I hope he double legs you for that. No, from Lincoln Charter. I saw him earlier this year whenever they came up and wrestled Hendersonville and North Henderson.
Yeah.
And I texted you about him
You
then.
did. You
He
did.
wrestles for Lost Boys.
Yeah.
I think that's the club up
Okay.
there. But just really slick. And to me, he's my favorite coming out of this bracket.
Well, he's got a tough quarterfinal with Kellen Adams from Bandy's. He's been really good all year long, right? That's a really tough matchup. And then on the bottom side, you got Nathan Howard from Moorhead sitting there as a potential semifinal matchup. That's tough. At the top of the bracket, you have Brandon McBride, who won the West, right, in a crazy West. And then you have the best first-round matchup of this bracket. And this is the best quad, okay? Gerald Johnson, Zach Sheets. Two state placers are going to wrestle first round. Sheets had not the regional he was hoping for. Took 2 losses there, which doubled his amount for the year. And then he draws Gerald Johnson, J.J. Johnson, right, who's been really good his whole career, state placer last year. Potentially the favorite this way. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. Him and Zach Sheets wrestling first round. And then if whoever wins that one, Jaden Alston from Bunn is really tough. Jaden Alston from Bunn is really tough. That's another. Yeah. That's a tough quad.
The top side of this bracket is
monsterish.
Yeah. This is top heavy for sure.
Agree with that. 100%.
With Alston, with Henry from Trinity, Sheets, Johnson, like you said. But I think the Aparicio has I think he's got a really good path to the finals.
Okay.
On the bottom. Not making picks.
Not making picks.
Of course.
But,
but
2A 157. There's a clear front runner at this weight class. And that's Caleb Cox, right? He's been second at the state tournament. He sits down there at the bottom of the bracket. If you're looking for the quad to watch, after Caleb Cox, this weight's kind of wide open. I think the quad to watch there is the second one down with Alex Cazarars and Jacob Williams and Ethan McManus and Conrad Neal. just let it go.
Okay.
Just let it go.
I just love how many letters you add in to names. It's amazing to me.
I just get so excited. I get so excited about the matchups. I'm just like, plat.
I respect it. It's just hilarious how you were able to add letters.
Listen, it's a skill set.
Yeah, it's something.
It's pure skill set.
Yes, it's something.
Oh boy. So that's probably your best quad. Best first round matchup.
Kazakias, because Razovas.
Whatever.
Yeah, Kazaris there is what I'm going
Hayden
with.
Tyndale versus Braden Smith probably is your best first round matchup this way.
I mean, I think everyone can kind of agree here.
Yeah.
Cox's weight.
Yeah, let's go up to 165 because this is where some rubber meets the road here a little bit. We got some really interesting quarters and quads here. First thing that stood out to me right away is Levi Haynes here. He's on the very bottom, but he lost to Coltrane in the finals at the Midwest tournament, and that might have been like a small blessing here because that put Lawson Coltrane and Connor Ridgedale on the same side of the bracket.
Yeah,
which
that's
they're both only one loss in the year, 39-1 and 40-1.
I need to hear you say the 2A East third placer.
2A East third place. Jeez. You're just throwing me under the bus.
Isaac
N. Isaac N. Has got Elijah Farah there in the first round.
Nizelski is what I'm going with.
One winner gets lost to Coltrane. The quad, though, with Levithan Haynes, he's got Ethan Powell. Ethan Powell is 43-1. So I kind of say the losing is a blessing, but it might be a curse. It might be a curse. I think Levithan Haynes is really, really good. So Powell being there, but that quad with Ethan Powell, Bird, Levithan Haynes, and Guzman, that's tough. That's a tough quad there. So we'll see how that plays out. Let's go to a 175. All right. At 2A 175, right away you got Brock Blizzard from Warhead, Desmond Mitchell from
Block Wizard.
Brock Blizzard. Desmond Mitchell there. That's going to be an interesting quarter. Dominic Claypole kind of sits, I feel like, on the top. Really good spot with Judge Lloyd on the bottom and Jacob Regal on the bottom of the bracket there. The win by height pole over Regal in the regional finals actually played off pretty huge with height pole being able to sit on the top side of the bracket without Judge Lloyd there. So looking at this weight, when you're looking for the best quad, I think it is probably the top one above height pole with Mitchell, Thompson, Blizzard, and Wilson there. All right, let's go 2A 190. Well, this is one where I went, well, that sucks. Right? This is one I said, well, that sucks.
So also, I don't think I've said this yet, but like this has been, like all of these are completely blind reacts for me because you were able, while I was setting up the stream and everything else, panicking as always, right, behind the scenes. Ryan was able to go back and kind of look through all these.
I got one look.
Get a little bit of a heads up, and I'm just sitting here.
He was working on the stream. So this is blind reaction for Rhett Hoy. Blind reaction
on all of them.
All of them. I got one look, right, because we only had 30 minutes. But this is one where I saw, and I looked at Rhett, and I said, welp. And it's because we got Jesus Jarquin Ambrosi from Monroe, who's 22-1. I think he was like the defensive MVP for the Monroe state championship team, too.
Mm-hmm.
And Harrison Compton on the same side. Ugh, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. So that potential semi, and Compton can't look past Clark Keller there because Compton is in the best quad of the bracket because Clark Keller, state place rushers, are freshmen. East second. He didn't win the regional. He lost to North Pitt's Wisdom Mason, and that puts him right here in this quad with Harrison Compton. But Compton and Jarquin being on the same side, I don't like that one. I don't like it.
Hudgens from R Central sitting in a really good spot.
Yeah, and it's big for their team race. We haven't mentioned team race at 2A a whole lot, but
I mean, I just haven't seen many.
There wasn't a lot of head-to-head. Yeah. There wasn't a lot of, and that's 2A. It kind of looks a little different. 3A, 4A, a little different. Girls a little different because 1A, you have half the bracket size, so you're meeting right away.
And I mean, I really feel like right now 1A is just ran by 3 teams.
Yeah. Now add in Mount Airy, right?
Well, I was adding them.
Oh, okay.
I was saying, okay, we'll go 4. I'll throw. That's right. I mean, because you go Avery, Robbinsville, URE, and Mount
There,
Airy.
yeah. And Polk County can get in there, but they
And,
got a lot. Of,
Polk County's throwing.
they got a lot of tough ones. Our Essential though, if they're gonna unseat Seaforth, right? Team race talk here. If they're gonna unseat Seaforth, Hudgens is in a really good spot here, and they're gonna need him to punch through the finals. Wisdom Mason versus Dino Longo is a good potential quarter there in the bottom part of the top half. Dino Longo really good, has a win over Keller. Obviously Mason has a win over Keller too, so that's a good one. And North Pitt always has somebody. They qualified like 7.
Always.
I'm pretty sure they had 7. They always punch a kid into the state placing rounds, or it gets a state placer that should not be there, right? And Mason's maybe not the best example because he's a regional champ, right?
Right.
But they always have somebody. They always have somebody do well that's not supposed to. And why not Mason? Why not see him be in the finals opposite Compton or Keller or Jarquin, right? All right, let's step up to 215, where I feel like the two favorites kind of met in the regional finals, and that was Braxton Walker and Ethan Cuball. Braxton Walker winning that one 4-1. So it puts Cuball in the top part of the bracket in the toughest quad here. Joseph Spencer, Manio High School. Shout out Manio High School, Outer Banks. East Regional champ. What does he get for winning the East Regional title? He gets the guy who's been ranked number 1 all year long in his quad, Ethan Cuball from Seaforth. And again, Team Rice Talk, if Seaforth is going to do the thing that we've been saying they were going to do all year long, right? They got upset in the dual finals against our Essential. If they're going to win the tournament title, Cuball is a big part of that. Harrison Compton is a big part of that. Judge Lloyd, big part of that, right? Those 3 top heavy guys. So they're going to need Cuball to kind of do what he does here and punch through. Looking at the bottom half, Braxton Walker looks to be in a really good spot. Long, lanky kid. Russ is a dark horse. Really, you can tell a lot of improvement from year 2 to year 3 to now his senior year. So don't sleep on that Asher Eason and John Kelly matchup in the bottom too. I know record John Kelly 27-20 and Eason 31-2. I think records can be deceiving, especially at 2A sometimes. And I think that if you're going to watch one Thursday night, watch that one. And I'll come up with those graphics later this week too, probably tomorrow or the next day. 2A heavyweight. All right, this is another one where I was not like whelp that sucks kind of thing, but I don't know. It just kind of again made me think maybe we should rethink this about not seeding the top 4. As Jaden McClary from Goldsboro, which shout out to Goldsboro. You don't see many Goldsboro kids winning state titles, placed in state tournament. McClary, Goldsboro, and Jose Flores, state champ 2 years ago, and then 4th last year, are on the same side on the bottom. That's a potential semifinal. And then on the top, the quarter to watch is going to end up being Joseph Tran from Trinity and Michael Vasquez from McMichael. And Flores beat Vasquez, gave him his first loss of the year at the regional tournament. So that's going to be a really tough quarter right there. And if Trinity's going to jump in the title hopes, they probably need this one to punch to the semis. So really good one there. And then RS Central, Connor Oliveras up top, right? Again, Team Race Talk. If he can make the semi here, that's really big for RS Central. He's in a good spot too as the regional champ, right? So big there. So that's 2A. Shout out to Combat Athletics for sponsoring 2A. One of their guys, Eli Horton, the favorite at 138. Shows you everything you should need to know about that club. They have the beautiful center, the Rise Center. They use that a little bit, right?
That's what the practices are all that. Yeah.
And they have a location in Mooresville. And obviously the proof's in the pudding for what Josh Stanley has continued to do, right? So
right. And Nathan Dugan back on, back in town on staff there.
Elite.
Just big time, you know. So we're gonna take one small break here while I get some of these girls brackets up, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, we'll see you with the girls in just a minute.
We're back.
Let's go. It's time to talk about the ladies, right? It's the ladies' turn. We're about...
How about knock the table
Yeah,
over? My bad.
we're about an hour and some change in. We've gotten the first 2 classifications done. Buckle up. Make sure you guys are just, popping that popcorn, eating those nacho chips. Maybe with some queso.
Wait, you brought popcorn?
I wish. I'm getting a
That's
little
messed up,
hungry.
man.
Feeling a little hungry. So, but let's talk about the ladies, man. Last year was the first year of having the ladies in Greensboro, and I don't know about you, Rhett, but I think it added like another level of electricity.
It was awesome.
It was freaking incredible.
I loved it.
The
only thing I didn't like, what
Yeah.
is this, like gripe number 3?
Gripe number 3.
Okay.
Counter.
Only thing I didn't like was the final setup.
Yeah.
I was really upset we didn't get the 5 mats, only because we literally had the shirt made based off of someone from the association saying
Yeah.
it'd be in the
was
5 straight.
Yeah, I know.
But the X didn't look bad.
No, the X was great. I think I want to change where I was sitting last year to this year.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's
just one of those things.
It was just electric having the ladies in there. Like, I don't know about you. I think it was top 5 sports moments for me of when the ladies came out on Thursday and started warming up. And like just the electricity in the building.
It's really cool because it was something that's just been it's been a long time coming, right? Like, it was something that in no way, shape, or form did we in no way, shape, or form am I sitting here saying like, oh, we're the reason that happened. Like, no, not at
definitely
all.
not.
We are like
bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, way bottom of why that happened, right? But it was still something that like I feel like we were both passionate about. Something we kind of like really tried to help, kind of like not lead the charge, but like support the charge.
And we're both girl dads, right?
Yeah.
You have a daughter. I have 2 daughters, and
Yeah.
like kind of seeing that moment
It's
in
awesome.
history. It's
Yeah,
just,
they had,
it resonated with me as like advocate. Resonated with me as like just a wrestling fan, and then as a dad too.
Yeah,
like,
it was
wow,
awesome.
my girls now have this opportunity they didn't have before. So
Yeah, absolutely.
it's really cool. So, but let's talk about the ladies, right?
Yes.
100 pounds.
Ladies brought to you by.
Bye.
The ladies.
Ladies, North Carolina Wrestling Factory, thank you for sponsoring the ladies division. They've been one of the biggest advocates too. Put a lot of people on the national teams, right? So got a bunch of girls in these weight classes. So let's talk about 100 pounds. And I'll tell you this. So the ladies, there's a couple wrinkles, right? One, these brackets for the ladies, we didn't have to wait for. They've been out for a while.
Yeah.
Right? They came out after the ladies regionals. Two, that's because the ladies regionals wrapped up a little bit ago, right? At the dual state finals. So they've been off for an extra week. We'll see how that kind of plays out, right?
Yeah.
And I've said it a couple of times this year. Ladies' weights are wide open, right? You got a couple of top girls, and everybody knows who we're talking about, that are kind of out and above.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it, we're going to just see some mayhem, right? So if you're looking for mayhem, look no further. The ladies' division.
Always. It never fails.
Never fails. Never fails. When I pulled up these brackets for the very first time, which I looked at these a couple of times over the past couple weeks. I always look at the first weight and then just go down to the heaviest, just kind of in order.
Yeah.
And right away, I was like, oh my, this quad is absolutely bonkers at 100 pounds. Anna Ackerman, who is blood round at Fargo. Yes, I'll say that again. Blood round at Fargo. She is so good. Regional champ. In her quad has Hadley Perry from West Rowan and Emily Jenkins from Green Hope, who are both very good, right? Mm-hmm. And that's the best first round matchup. Jenkins, Perry, right here in the top half of the bracket, and the winner gets Ackerman. I think that's pretty incredible, insane little quad there. Ackerman kind of ends up by herself on the top part of the bracket, where her 2 quote-unquote maybe top challengers, Olaid from Mount Airy, which brother-sister duos, right? Reagan Riddick, Christian Riddick, even though they don't compete at the same time. The Finks, right? And then you also have right here the Oleids from Mount Airy. And so she's at the top of the bracket here. And Monroe from Hoke County, right? Hoke County. They smashed everybody in the duels. And not making a pick, but I think everybody knows where I stand about what I think is going to happen at the state tournament with them. So that Monroe Oleid semi is kind of looming for me. I do like Isabel Johnson, though, the Kurotan freshman. We saw her at the Tiger. I thought she was really impressive, just the way she kind of moves her feet. She could be a spoiler in this bracket. Let's go to 107, where I thought I had a clear picture, and then last weekend I got just completely, or not last weekend, but the weekend of Girls Regionals, my thought process completely changed.
Yeah. What you got?
Okay, so going into the regionals, I thought Curry Reese from Rosewood, she's on the very bottom of the bracket, was the favorite. She had beaten Hawaji from South Central twice on the year, and Hawaji avenges that, right? Her only 2 losses on the year were to Reese, and Hawaji avenged that in the regional semis and won the bracket. Puts herself in a really good spot at the top. She does have Sydney Martin from Corvin Community, but just puts herself in a good spot, right? And then Jada Spence Barnes from Southwest Guilford is there. So that's a potential semi between Hawaji and her. But Alicia Reyes from Hendersonville, right? Hendersonville Rets.
Shout out Bearcats.
Yeah, Rets, an alumni of there. So Alicia Reyes could potentially spoil that with the Spence Barnes. He's so excited about that matchup. He just fell out of his chair.
Your chair just broke. I almost went down. Okay?
Listen, I can't take him down in real life. I can take him down by giving him a faulty chair.
I think you unplugged my computer on purpose just so that would happen, and I cannot wait until someone clips that.
Clip it.
And
just make a quick reel of it.
Good gosh.
We can make it a
it's
gift.
Gone. R.I.P. to this chair.
It's okay. I don't need it.
Oh, gosh.
On the bottom half of the bracket, this quarter match between Sarah Warren and Katie Simons is going to be absolute bananas. Both of them are tough as nails, scrap in your face type girls. Going to be great. But my favorite quarter might be Sophia Williams, John Williams, his daughter, right?
Yep.
Relentless Wrestling Club head coach, North Henderson head coach. And then that Curry Reese girl from Rosewood. She's really tough. She's been the favorite kind of most of the year since beating Hawaji for the first time. So this bracket, the quarters, if you're going to dial into a bracket during the women's quarters, this is it. This is it. 107, gonna be bananas. And then 114, let's head up to there, and let's just take a moment to appreciate the queen of North Carolina wrestling, Leah Edwards, right? I can't believe she's already a senior. Kind of sucks because it's been really awesome to watch her wrestle the past few years. I feel like she just was a sophomore winning her first state title. But here she is again, 114 pounds. Sophia Ortiz ends up on the same side of the bracket as her. Not ideal if you're Sophia, but she's been wrestling really, really good. Had great wins in the regional tournament over Gabrielle Baumgartner and Harley Hardin from Hoke County. But this quarters match, Sophia Ortiz, Ariana Scales, Pasquotank. That might be the best girls quarter of the entire
You're looking right
tournament.
over Miller from Pisgah?
No.
Looking right over Miller from Pisgah?
No, don't get Pisgah mad at me again.
Are you saying she's not a contender?
I'm not saying that at all.
Are you saying she is not a contender to make the quarters?
Don't get Pisgah all riled up. They don't need much more ammo against me. Good gravy.
I'm just saying. Are you?
Listen, I'm
are
not
you
looking
saying
right
she's
over
not a
her.
contender for the quarters?
She is a contender. I think that's probably. Do you think that's the best first round matchup? Because I think
In
so.
the girls, yes.
In the girls 114, yes. Maybe all the girls. Maybe all the girls. That's the best first round one. I agree with that. I just thinking Scales Ortiz.
I just want to make sure.
Scales Ortiz quarter though could be the best quarter of the whole entire tournament, right?
So you don't think Miller's a contender? That's what you're saying.
Man, you're gonna get me jumped to the state tournament by these Pisgah people. Gonna come after me. At the top of the bracket, Sydney Mark from Asheville is in a good spot for the first round, but then she's got Gabrielle Bumgarner potentially in the quarters. Addison Gore, Harley Harden. Addison Gore on the opposite side of Leah Edwards, which is another one. I was doing one of these. Please.
Yeah. And I also think it's really cool that they're in the same bracket.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, of course, Addison Gore is going to try and win a state title.
Yeah.
Speaking of course, right? Like, no one cares who like, what future legend is in their bracket.
Correct,
right?
correct.
But this kind of feels like the passing of the guard a little bit.
A little bit. Could be.
Like, I think that Gore could be
the
future of our state for
1,000%
girls wrestling.
Yep, I'm 1,000% with you. She could be the new queen.
Right. And so it's just kind of cool to me.
Her Faith Bame.
Yeah.
So let's go up to 120 where, we got an.
I'm just gonna try not to die in this chair.
Okay, it starts, Rhett. I was wondering how long it would take me where I flip-flop a little bit. I give you a hard time about flip-flopping, but one thing I flip-flop on is I'm like, that's the best first round one. That's the best first round. That's the best quarter. And I'm about to do it already.
And who's contenders?
I don't know if I flip-flop on that. I flip-flop on that. I'm always like, that's the best one. That's the best one. I'm about to do it again. Right here, 120, the girls, we have an absolutely bonkers first round matchup. And I'm going to let you go, but you haven't seen the bracket, so I'm going to let you blind reaction, see if you see what I'm talking about. It's at the top half.
I got to find it. No, I got you.
Top half of the bracket.
Wow. I feel like there's two.
What's your two? Because the one
I feel like there's three. The first one, of course, is Sienna.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
With Skylar Simpson. Like, that's the first one, of course. Like, that one is
bonkers.
Yeah, insane. That's insane. I don't know how that really happens. Wow. Okay. The second one, though, is Olivia Reddy and Gomez from Hoke. Like.
Yep. So this is what happens when you have Reddy.
What are we doing?
This is what happens when Reddy and Simpson and Jane Digney are all in the same weight at regionals, right? And this bracket is so top heavy. You have Olivia Reddy right there, Gianna Gomez. You have Cuddy from A.L. Brown, Sienna Palmasino, and Skyla Simpson all in the top half.
Yeah,
they're all in the top half. That's an insane top half. Insane, right? And that quad with Cuddy and Palmasino and Simpson, any one of those girls, in my opinion, could win this weight.
Palmasino, I think.
Yeah, Palmasino. Any one of those girls could win this weight, right? That's wild to me. That's wild.
I think of Vindigny as the clear front one.
I agree. She's the front runner right now, especially she teched Skylar Simpson and then pinned Olivia Reddy.
Yeah.
So,
but this weight, I mean, they're nipping right at her heels. I feel like.
And they're all in the top.
You can't I really feel like you can't sleep on Gianna Herrera down there at the bottom from TC Robertson.
Agreed. Or Hannah Carty.
Yeah. Carty. I don't know why I went with Carty there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then Addison Vindigny, I feel like there's one team, and this is no, slight to any other team in the state, especially with the girls, right? There's one team I don't want to wrestle first round, and that's Jack Britt.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like their girls just come out and scrap.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I feel like they're just brawlers. And it's that style that they wrestle with that, we saw it at the Tiger. They're so tough. So Vindigny starts it off there. But, man, that top side is holy cow.
Yeah,
that's a absolute.
That's a bear, right?
Insane.
I really have no idea who's going to come out of the top side between Cuddy, Sienna, Skylo, Simpson, Olivia Reddy, Gianna Gomez. It's wild. It's wild. And then I feel like Vindigny's the favorite on the bottom, especially with how she's been wrestling all dang year long.
Yeah.
Right? And then attach her regional tournament to that. Wild. Most wild bracket for sure. Let's go 126. Let's go 126. At the top, you got Kennedy Snow, who had an awesome regional tournament. beating Lauren Hall of Trask, who's defending state champion, was undefeated on the year. So that was a really good win for her. And her potential quarter, though, had Lillian Blair, Union Pines, North Carolina Wrestling Factory, right? And she was the freestyle girls wrestler of the year. Quarters match, Fargo teammates. They're familiar with each other. Probably rolled up a decent amount together at Fargo. That's a tricky match if you're Kennedy Snow for a quarter. Just if after winning a regional title. And on the same side of the bracket, you got Waylon Collins kind of in that quarter there. And then on the bottom half, the Lauren Hall, Cheyenne Bram Hall first round match. You got defending state champ, and then you got Cheyenne Bram Hall, little sister of Savannah, who's a four-timer, right? She's had a great year. Got third at the regional tournament for West Stanley. That's a tough little matchup, and the winner is going to get Isabella Hernandez from Jack Britt, which you just mentioned how tough Jack Britt girls are.
Yeah.
Right? And Isabella Hernandez could be one of the ones that's state title favorite.
Then you got Tasia Nadeau.
Yeah, you do. But she's got
right there at the bottom.
Tough quarter with Slusher, who beat Kennedy Snow at the Tiger. Snow got that back in the semifinals at the East Region.
Yeah.
But the quarters matches at the girls are fire right now.
Yeah.
Like the quarters are going to be insane. And again, especially because we feel like, and there's been several people that have told me they feel exactly the same. Outside of the top couple girls, like the Leah Edwards of the world, the tier is huge, right? Like the tier is huge from one of the girls who could be the runner-up to finish in 1 and 2, right? That's a wide range. That's not normal to have that kind of deal. So kind of crazy. Want to go 132?
Let's do it.
All right, 132. Destiny Fidel sits at the top for East Rutherford. Had a great West Regional tournament. Her quarters match potentially with Mia Kaiser could be one to watch. The quad below her, though, with Bliss Joyce, Trinity, undefeated, right? Coach Coggins, coaching them up there. Sophie Stepp. The school we're at right now, using this, her mother teaches here, right? So shout out to her. Makes the tournament as a sophomore. Kira Rush, state runner-up last year. And then Murillo from Fike has had a phenomenal year, 30-4 on the year. That quad is bonkers to me. That is bonkers to me. Whoever comes out of that, wrestling Destiny Fidel probably, or Mia Kaiser from Laney. Laney loves to make us look dumb, so don't look over Mia Kaiser. That's an insane top half of the bracket as well. Crazy. On the bottom half, you have Annabelle Rodriguez, who was a state champ 2 years ago. The year before it moved into the Coliseum. And then you have Ayanna Crawford from Purnell Sweat, right? She's really tough. Only 10-0 in the year, but I think all her 10 wins are like legit contender people. Beat Rodriguez, I am almost positive, earlier in the year. Madeline Corvink from Parkwood, really tough girl as well. Cogdill from Swain County, really tough. That's a really good first round match.
Yeah, that is a good one.
That might be the best first round match of this bracket. Oh man, this bracket's fun too. This is another weight where it's kind of bounced around, like who's gonna win this weight all year long.
I mean, I feel like Crawford is our.
That's who I think the front runner is.
Yeah,
for sure.
But Mia Kaiser up there. I mean, that is fun.
Yeah,
I'm excited for that.
Super fun. Again, let's go 138 because it's another top-heavy bracket, I think. Top-heavy bracket. Shantae Ross sits at top, 33-1 from Laney, right? Laney, strong girls squad. And then Jada LeBron versus Maylee Turner, first round.
Jeez.
Wild. And the winner is going to get a Shantae Ross. So real tough there. And then on the bottom part of this top half.
Looking right over Nola Walker.
That's where I'm going. I
thought you said on the bottom. You said bottom half, didn't you?
Bottom half of the top. Yeah. I ain't.
That's
Nola Walker
bad.
Versus Mariah Antis in the quarters. Yeah. Don't try to throw that bus. Listen, in the words of Rick Cox, if you run me over the bus,
don't use that quote because I blamed you.
Back it up.
Don't use that quote because I blamed you. I don't know if you saw that on Facebook or not. But yeah, whenever they posted their state championship photo, I was like, I blame Ryan for not backing the bus up.
It was my fault. My bad, guys.
Anyways,
but Nola Walker versus Mariah Antis.
Great regional tournament from Nola.
100%. And Mariah Antis, state runner-up last year. And so Nola Walker and her is a crazy quarter. Again, the top half of this bracket is absolutely insane.
This bracket is just so...
This bracket's great.
It's so great. But probably the most slept on in... I don't want to say the girls, but definitely this bracket, maybe the girls, is Eliza Cagle from Pisgah.
I agree. Freshman.
Yes.
Yep. She's really good. Be real good.
Real good. But
I was trying to mention her before you, so Pisgah wouldn't be mad at me this time.
Yeah, no.
Let's just keep it going.
She's not a contender to you. It's okay.
Stop. Get out of here.
Unfortunately, same side of the bracket.
Yep.
Is just nationally ranked. Monster.
Yep.
Right. Just
Super 32 placer.
Yeah. Just she's so good. And I'm gonna mess her name up. It's my turn.
Yep.
I'm gonna go with. See, I can never.
Samaya.
If it's Samaya or Samaya.
It's Samaya.
Amoud. Samaya.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Samaya Amoud though, she's down 138. Big move there, bumping down.
Yeah, that was huge, right?
Huge, and I think wins their state title. Not to make a pick.
But
at the same time, though.
But you got, look at her quarter.
Isabella Campbell.
Yep.
From Havelock.
Havelock comes to wrestle.
Dude, I'm serious. If y'all want to watch some of the best quarters that I've seen in a really, really long time. Now, again, I haven't seen 3A or 4A's brackets yet.
Yep.
So, I could be putting the carriage in front of the horse here. Where's the horse in front of the carriage? It's the carriage in front of the horse. Anyways.
I'm just going to let you struggle on that one. Listen.
Shut up. Okay?
You
Which
threw me on
one
the
came
bus.
first? The chicken or the egg? All right? So, anyways. But.
It's cyclical. There's no answer.
I don't think that was a word. Anyways. Shut up. So. I hate you. I just lost all that. And no, if you want to watch some of the best quarters that we've seen in a long time, these girls' quarters
are gonna be insane.
Insane.
Yeah.
Friday,
gonna be awesome.
Yes.
Friday morning, I think first thing according to the schedule. Usually quarters goes after the first round of consolations, but according to the schedule, it says it's quarters then consolations.
Good.
Which I'm down for.
Yeah.
Let's go 145. Which this is a bracket where I do a lot of whining. I do a lot of whining about.
What's new?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I do a lot of whining about seeds and being on the same side and yada, 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 whatnot. But this one kind of worked out perfect. Lily Reese and Brianna De Leon are on the same side. De Leon, two-time state champ. Lily Reese, state placer as a freshman last year. De Leon's loss on the year to Faith Bain, right? 10-0 major decision a couple of weeks ago. So Faith Bain ends up on the side all by herself. De Leon and Reese end up on the side on the top.
Yeah.
And I think that's really how it should have been. So this works out really well. Lily Reese's potential quarter was Zeta English. I know Zeta English is only 23-11, but Hoke County, dude. Hoke freaking County, right? I can't say it enough. Yeah, and then I think the bottom half, Faith Bain's kind of sitting by herself, right? We know how good she is. She's ready to kind of take over that crown, in my opinion, from Leah Edwards as one of those kind of next person as the queen of NC wrestling, right?
Potentially,
right? We'll see what happens in a couple days. Let's go 152.
Picks.
Let's go 152, where we have another insane quarters round. Okay. Kayla Evans up at the top. Potential quarter match against Gabby Akers, who only has one loss on the year. Runner-up to Faith Bain last year, was a runner-up the year before. Her Evans is a Super 32 All-American. Both only have one loss. And they're going to meet in the quarters, right? Just the way the brackets shook out. And then you go right down to the next quad. Eliana Pollock, Riley Johnson. Pollock, state champ, not last year, but the year before, all the way up at 185, and now she's down at 152. Johnson, super stud freshman for Parkwood, which that seems to be a theme for Parkwood. Really solid freshman. That's a crazy quarter potentially. Then you got defending state champ Taylor Williams right there, down at 152. She was undefeated state champ last year at 165. And then that first round match between Lily Flores and Leia Tellez from Havelock is absolutely bonkers. That's a good one. Flores was the runner-up at this weight last year. Fell at the regional tournament to Kayla Evans. Been battling injuries this year, but her versus Williams, that's 2 state finalists in the quarters, right? Last year,
Yeah,
back-to-back state finals last year. And then on the bottom, potentially Nobles, Mendoza kind of in there. Mendoza's undefeated on the year from Riverside, right? So definitely one to watch that could be busting up this bracket a little bit. Again, Rhett, you said it. The ladies' quarters is absolutely ridiculous.
It's crazy.
Let's
It's going to be a lot of fun.
look at 165. 165. Again, I said it the recap of the state duels and girls regionals. I had like a 101 fever when I filmed that one, so I don't know if I completely was articulate enough when I was expressing. Yeah, I was down and out, guys. I got out of bed, filmed that recap, and then didn't get out of bed for 2 more days. I was out.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything from him. It was radio silence.
I was out of there.
It was nuts.
Sickness was bad. So, Kira Rosenmarkel blew out her knee at the regional tournament. Had the injury default out. She's not in this weight. She was a very clear favorite. She'd beaten everyone under the sun this year. Sucks. I hate injuries so much. I hate them so much. And we shout out to Kira Rosenmarkel. We hope you heal up. She just recently, I think, committed to App State, to the Mountaineers for volleyball.
Plays volleyball?
Yeah, she's an absolutely insane volleyball player, committing to App State D1. So congratulations on that. Hate that you got injured. Heal up quick.
And it stinks because she came back
She came back to win a state title.
she came back to win a state title and just
at
and
the
was
end,
wrecking people.
and at the end,
so good.
got injured.
And just so close.
And
like
that's the thing. Sometimes that happens in our sport, but just
Yeah.
wanted to shout her out, say heal up. Looking at the bracket here, that kind of puts Sophia Ozanich from Jack Britt, who was a state finalist as a freshman, in the driver's seat, right? And she sits on the bottom of the bracket. Now, I will say, out of the bracket here, I feel like she has the toughest quarter in the bracket. Shaylee Temple from Smoky Mountain is really tough, sophomore. State placed her last year as a freshman. That's a really tough quarterfinal if you think you're the favorite. Definitely watch out for Shia Watson at the top. Hippolito from Hope County, and her in the quarter is probably the best quarter potentially of this bracket. And then let's go up to 185, which again, at 185, we have a super stud freshman from Parkwood. Rylan Kazaya, right? I'm making sure. Got it. Check.
Okay.
Bam. Been kind of since the beginning of the year, kind of started taking hold of the stranglehold of this weight. Gonna be probably the favorite to make the finals out of the top half of the bracket. When you look at the bottom half, first round, you have Bella Abba, freshman from Wakefield, versus Clear Wesley from A.L. Brown. That is the best first round matchup of this bracket by far. That's a really good one. And then you also have a potential quarter between Jaden Holmes of Olympic and Jordan Cooper of R.J. Reynolds there. That could be a really good quarter. And then let's go up to 235 for the ladies, which just like 1A, 285, I feel like this is a way that we could see a lot of variance in results. I'm not 100% sure who's going to win this one. Have to tune in Thursday around 11 a.m. when we get to the Coliseum to hear our state title picks. But looking at the bracket, you have Allison Saunders and Sophia Marshall on the same side. You also in there have Christensen from Ashley and Danielle Jenkins. That probably is your quarters there. Christensen, Sanders, Jenkins, Marshall, which will be good quarters match. On the bottom, from Laney, Barden from Laney, winning the East Regional was really big. Put herself in a good spot. But she does have Kimberly Tolton from Madison, who I was picking most of the year to win a state title. We'll see what I do on Thursday. I'm not entirely sure where I'll go. And then Joyce from Trinity. Again, Coach Coggins coaching them up down there on the bottom. And 71st is Hawkins, is a freshman here, and in a regional title in the Mid-East. So I feel like this one's just one big tier, right? Like everybody could win this weight. Just pick them. So that's your ladies. Brought to you by North Carolina Wrestling Factory.
Yep.
Man, the proof's in the pudding there, right? How many people did they have on the national teams this summer?
And we looked it up. They had the most.
They had the most.
They sent the most to Fargo.
And it's paying off. Look what they've done here in the ladies with Gabrielle Baumgartner, Lillian Blair, and then on the men's side with the Union Pines crew, right? So
which we're about to head on up and talk about now. But man, just 3A.
3A. Let's take like a little break before 3A.
Take a little break.
Yeah, let's take like 5-minute break. You guys go to the restroom.
5 minutes a lot. 5 minutes crazy. I'm trying to get into this.
Listen, you guys go to the restroom, get another snack. We'll be back in just about 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
With 3A brackets.
Let's go.
We're back.
3A time, right? 3A, 4A coming up.
So is this a good time? 3A.
First 3A is brought to you by Dark Horse Wrestling. Dark Horse Wrestling 3A. Thank you, Dark Horse.
All right. 3A.
3A, 106.
Let's just roll into 106.
And we are absolute fire right away. Okay. Colton Farmer, Jackson Thomas, same side of the bracket. Hate it. I hate it. I told you guys in the recap I was hoping they would be separate. They're not.
That is.
And then
That sucks. Just
not
flat
fun.
out. I don't like it at all.
It's a very top-heavy bracket once again.
Man.
So we got Colton Farmer against Emilio Diaz from South Roam. Tyler Gardner versus Liam Miles. Liam Miles been really good all year. So him versus Farmer in the quarters is going to be a freaking barn burner. And then you have the best quad of the bracket. Jackson Thomas gets St. Stephen's Tommy first round there. Probably the best first round matchup. Josh Smith from Scotland and Justin Campos from White Oak rounding out that quad. That's a really intense quad.
Yeah.
Not if you're the number one kid in the state and been the number one kid in the state all year in Jackson Thomas, not the most ideal quad, right? To get stuck in the toughest quad of the bracket. But you're number one kid in the state and undefeated for a reason. So
Absolutely. I'm looking down here at the bottom, and so Sudais Saini, maybe, from Eastern Guilford.
Yep.
So I saw Atwood post, if I'm not mistaken, this kid started wrestling last year, was his first year
Yep.
ever wrestling. 49-6 on the year as a sophomore. Mid-East regional champ. But what I really look at on this side of the bracket, so he's somebody that's in there to watch, and I think it's a really cool story. But from Pisgah, Levi Curtis
Yep.
is in a really,
Yes.
really good spot.
I agree. He's
Team race SWAT, like for their chance at the
for
team
Pisgah's
title.
team title hopes. This is big.
That he's in a really good spot.
Agree. Where especially if you contrast that with Union Pines, Liam Miles at the
Yeah.
top has Colton Farmer in the quarters. Not such a great spot.
No.
So this is a big weight for team title hopes for Pisgah, right?
Yeah.
Especially considering Union Pines qualified 11, Pisgah only has 6, right? Only has 6. 6 is a lot. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
5 less to play with, right?
And they've got
Union
6
Pines got-
they're pretty solid.
Oh,
Like,
6
they're-
great.
Yeah.
But Union Pines has more room for error having 11, right? So this is a
Right.
big one with Levi Curtis being in a really good spot at the bottom of the bracket. He needs to cash in on that, where Liam Miles is stuck up top with Jackson Thomas and Colton Farmer and Josh Smith and Justin Campos, right?
Right.
So really looking forward to that Miles Farmer quarter. And I think if we get it, it's going to be a Farmer, Jackson Thomas semifinal. Good gravy. That's going to be fire. Let's go 113, where we got some more ridiculousness right away at the top half of the bracket. Verhow versus Freeman, first round. Freeman, I know, is only 10 in the year, but I think he's really slick. But sitting in the next one, the round 1 matchup between Homan and Moss. Tavion Moss been really good on the year. Homan, we both think very highly of, right? You mentioned him and Farmer at the beginning of the year, and you were absolutely right that they were legit so good. So Moss, Homan, probably the best first round one of this bracket. Winner gets Verhow. That's a really tough quad. I think the favorite, the guy in the driver's seat, is Mateo Diaz. He was third and fourth 3 years ago and 2 years ago. Didn't have the regional tournament that he wanted last year. Undefeated on the year here at 113 pounds. And he might potentially have Christian Gibson from Pisgah in the quarters.
Yeah.
Again, team title race, right? Looking at that. And on the bottom half, you got Diouf, who was third last year at this weight. So potentially maybe the favorite there. Him or Diaz, kind of sitting there almost by himself. But I'll tell you what, Joseph Little, he went to Fargo with us. Someone we both really liked, right?
Yeah.
Wrestled both freestyle and Greco. He beat Lucas Belk in the blood round to make the state tournament, right? So big win there. That's a interesting little quarter. And Wilhelm on the bottom there beat Belk in the top side of the bracket. So definitely some interesting quarters here at 3A 113. And then 120. 120. The first thing that happened, guys, the very first thing that happened when I said the brackets are up, Rhett said, go to 3A 120.
Yep.
He wanted to know, are Mac and Kane on the same side or not?
Yeah.
And we were just hoping that was not the case.
Yeah,
and
that was going to be ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
If that was the case.
And you know what?
Thank God.
We got our wish. They're opposite sides.
Yes.
They are opposite sides.
Opposite sides. But Kane got the short end of the stick. He's going to have to run into in what could be a ridiculously tough quarter.
Yes, I agree with this.
One of the best potential quarters, I think, in 3A. All of it. Ethan Brownlee, Kane Bryson.
Yep.
Brownlee,
Again,
another kid, went to Fargo.
Yep.
Really enjoyed watching him last year. Enjoyed following his season this year.
Had a freestyle win over Sammy Aponte at the Freestyle State Tournament.
Yes.
That's a trap quarter right there.
It is. That is a trap quarter. That is not someone you want, not let alone on your side of the bracket, but in your quad. That's a tough one. And huge for Pisgah's team race.
Yep.
You know,
Pisgah's going to need their guys to do everything, right?
Kane wanting to make it back to the finals.
Yeah. So runner-up as a freshman, didn't place as a sophomore.
Yep.
And runner-up again last year as a junior.
Yeah.
And that bottom part of the top half of the bracket, you have Caleb Edwards, freshman from Piedmont, trains at Dark Horse Wrestling Club, the sponsor of this classification. And then Patrick Cook from Eastern Guilford. Shout out to him. He wrestled 113 most of the year, got bumped up to 120 because of DLF coming down.
Yeah.
And then punches his ticket up away anyway. So that's really cool. I think Edwards is the favorite to kind of meet Bryson, maybe potentially in the semi there. On the bottom half of the bracket, that Cole Hunt, Zane Taylor quarter is calling my name.
That's a lot of fun.
Cole Hunt, East Regional champ, Jacksonville High School. Jacksonville having a heck of a year, winning the East Regional title, bringing 7 to the state tournament.
Like they've been steady built,
Yeah. And Cole Hunt's been really good his whole
creeping.
career. He's trying to finish out maybe with a state title here. Zane Taylor was a runner-up at 106 last year as a freshman. And here he is again. That quarterfinal match, super fun. I think this is the best quad, right? Because Chris Scroth from Union Pines is a really good wrestler as well.
Yeah.
And then obviously on
the
the
monster looming.
Mac Johnson,
Mac
right?
Johnson.
Mac.
Yeah,
And we
just-
all know how good Mac is. He's been just absolutely phenomenal his whole high school career so far.
Yes. Absolute monster. Man, this is
It's just fun weight.
it your favorite 3A? What do you think?
Overall weight or
Yeah.
matchup?
Overall weight.
Overall weight, no. Not my
No.
favorite overall weight of 3A.
Okay.
But it might be my favorite potential finals match.
being Mac and Kane.
Yeah.
Yeah. That could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, both guys score a lot, right? So,
Yeah. And I mean, like, beginning of the season, no one really knew where anyone was going to end up. And, you know, coming down to the wire, right? Like, there's word out that, you know, maybe Mac 113, maybe Kane 113, maybe Mac 126, maybe Ty 120. Like,
Yeah,
just
I
all these
know.
different movements are all floating around. And come regionals,
They ain't scared. They're ready to wrestle
both
each other.
monsters. They say, let's go 120.
And
Let's
scrap.
give people a show. Like, let's go.
Scrap.
And
Let's
that is,
scrap.
man.
So 126.
Whew.
Right, speaking of the Johnson brothers, and they travel, wrestle everybody, right? Ty Johnson at 126. 126 is a lot of fun. It might this or 132 is probably my favorite weight.
Okay.
So Kniper sits at the top. He has the winner of the best first round of the matchup. Okay, I take that back. Of a really good first round matchup for this bracket. I saw another one.
Jeez.
Sorry.
In this weight, you saw another one?
Yes.
I like more.
Yes, I'll get there. Keaton Crawford and Burnett from Pisgah. Union Pines, Pisgah, first round. Here we go.
Uh-huh.
Right? Keaton Crawford won in the duel. So let's see if he gets a repeat performance of that.
Okay.
Winner's going to get Kniper. If you look at the next quad, though, this is where my brain went, put the brakes, put the brakes, put the brakes. George Coleman, state runner-up, versus Trayman McNeely from Eastern Guilford, who was a state placer last year. That's a banger of a first round matchup, right?
It is.
I like that one better than the Burnett Crawford one.
See, Burnett Crawford, though, brings the
Team race, yada, yada, yada. This one, though, runner-up versus placer.
Yeah.
And then the winner gets Kyle Simpson.
Yeah, in first round.
This is why this bracket's fun.
nuts.
You got Keaton Crawford, you got Kniper, you got Simpson, you got McNeely, you got Coleman, and then let's look at the bottom half.
Dude, yeah.
You got Ty Johnson, kind of in his quad. Redmond Wilson's really good there. And then at the bottom, you have Caden Helms, 49-1, fourth place at 113 last year. Garrison Raper, right? Dark horse, both
Freshman state champ.
dark horse on dark horse crime there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Raper. There was only 2 freshman state champs last year, and they're both in this weight, right? Who's on track for 4? We're going to come out with that article this week. One of them is not going to be on track for 4 anymore, just by process of elimination, right? They're right here. They're on the same side of the bracket, 2 defending state champs, because Raper didn't win his regional. He lost to Kyle Simpson. So Helms, Raper, Corder. This weight. You got 2 state champs.
State champ on state champ.
You got 2 state
champs in the semis here.
You got 2 state champs. You got runner-up in George Coleman. You got really tough guy in Gavin Kniper. Really tough guy in Keaton Crawford and Burnett. You got state placer Kyle Simpson, state placer McNeely. Fire.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
But
Okay, I see where you're...
132 might be my favorite weight. Might be my favorite.
Let's look at it.
132, at the top, state runner-up, Till Helms.
Yep.
And he draws Figueroa from West Carteret, first round. Parker Hatch is in his quad, too. That's really tough. And then the bottom half of the top bracket here, Maxwell Davis from Jacksonville, right? Jacksonville, they're...
Good God, I'm just looking through this bracket.
And then look right there, you got Joseph Lloyd, Dakota Tala. Tala's been a state qualifier the past couple of years. Lloyd, man, ready to finally punch in a high state placing here. And they got to get past Davis. Then go ahead, look at that next quad. Look at that next freaking quad. Stenson Collins, who I mentioned earlier on this show, coming down 2 weights here.
Yep.
Winning the Midwest Regional. You have Gunnar Marshall, state runner-up. James Campos, state runner-up, round 1. Best round 1 matchup of the tournament. Right here with Marshall versus Campos. 2 runners-up going after it, and the winner gets Stetson Collins in the quarters the next morning.
Wow. Oh
my gosh. And then on the bottom of the bracket, you have state runner-up Elijah Dorsey and Maverick Monteith from A.L. Brown, or not from A.L. Brown, from Ashboro, sitting there too, who's really tough. So you got Elijah Dorsey, state runner-up. Gunnar Marshall, state runner-up. James Campo, state runner-up. Till Helms, state runner-up. If you guys are losing count, that's 4. 4 state runners-up, on top of having Stenson Collins, Maxwell Davis, Joseph Lloyd, Takota Tala, Josh Figueroa, Parker Hatch, right? Like this weight is Maverick Montes, right? This weight is absolutely bonkers. 4 state runners-up, trying to finish out, and 1, 2, 3 of the state runners-up are seniors, right? And Campos being a junior, and then you have Stenson Collins in here, who you don't remember what happened in the state tournament to him last year. It was nuts. Finished at 5th. Do you remember what happened first round to him?
What happened?
One of the worst stall calls of all time. Right? You were going bonkers about it. Yeah, absolutely nuts. So this weight I could do a whole hour by itself, right? You're gonna see me lose my mind at this weight, no doubt. And who am I taking? Find out Thursday at 11 o'clock.
Tune in. You even had me for a second. I was like,
tune in.
We're doing this. Here we go.
Let's go. Okay.
138.
138. It's hard to follow, but 138 is pretty fun as well. And when you look at the top of the bracket, there he is, the young man from First Flight High School, Christian Riddick. We've been talking about him for a long time, hearing things about him for a long time. Yep. Till the wheels fall off, Rhett Hoy. First Flight, Christian Riddick is here.
So you're picking him to win it?
You'll have to find out Thursday at 11 o'clock. Live from the Coliseum.
Thought I was going to get him.
I thought he was going to get me. But his quarters match worries me a little.
Oh, so it's not First Flight. You're not like First Flight's wheels fall off enough to not be worried.
I'm not making any picks right now.
Okay.
But Austin Laws is very good. And he had
he just beat Till Helms in the conference.
Yep.
What was that? 3 weeks ago now?
3 weeks ago now, yeah. 3 weeks ago. And he had, last year at the state tournament, he beat Khalil Sebugan from First Flight on his way to placing at the state tournament. So state placer match there. And then on his side, on Christian Riddick's side, Kevin O'Brien. Been so close. Third, I'm pretty third, second.
Yep.
Third, second. It's only
to
lost
some monsters.
Monsters.
Like if you go back and look at
it's the Baglios and Slies,
are.
essentially, right?
Exactly.
Charlie Sly and the Baglios have been the thorn in his side, but here he is, ready to do it.
He's not a big Dark Horse fan.
Yeah.
Like I know, 3A sponsor, but you could say that he's not a big Dark Horse fan.
He's a combat kid.
Combat kid through and through, right?
Yep. But undefeated on the year, been absolutely killing everybody.
Fun to watch.
So much fun.
Like
great Super 32.
Yeah, great Super 32. Just his pace, like constantly attacking any position. He's looking to score. A whole lot of fun to watch.
So on the bottom half of the bracket, Sean Bass from Dudley, 47-1 on the year, had an incredible year. Again,
Bass is solid.
Another kid
Bass
that was
is solid.
Was in Fargo with us, right? That spring wrestling, heading to Fargo, Southeast Regionals in Fargo is going to pay off, and a lot of these people are showing it, right? Aiden Campbell from Havelock's one to be dangerous, though, in that quad. And then the quad to watch in this bracket is down on the bottom with the third triplet of the triplets here, Gage Helms. What a night for the triplets, for the Helms brothers at the Western Regional last night, right? 3 for 3. Like, that's got to be pretty cool, incredible for their parents.
You know, I didn't realize. I realized they had like 300 and something thousand followers.
Yeah, they're
like, I didn't realize that.
They're kind of like famous, right?
Yeah. No, like
no joke.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, like,
love their platform, by the way.
Absolutely, love what they do.
Yeah.
But this is so cool. But that was cool.
No, fact. Super cool. Gage Helms here, toughest quad. He has sophomore Jose Salinas from Union Pines right out the gate. Really tough match. And then in the match, this is probably the round 1 match of this bracket, Kyle Snyder, Dylan Shirley. Dylan Shirley got upset by Aiden Campbell of Havelock.
Kicking that off is like that's
wild. So Kyle Snyder, or on the call, like Kyle Snyder from 2015 World Championships, right? Not that Kyle Snyder, but this Kyle Snyder of Piedmont's ready to scrap. But Dylan Shirley, not a great first-round draw, right? Like,
No.
And if Piedmont wants to get in the team race, this is a big one for 'em.
Yeah, this is huge.
Let's go 144, where the Cradle King sits awaiting.
Yes.
Right? And we're going to talk at the end of this. We're going to do a little team race talk, and we're going to do a little bit of who's an MOW favorite talk, right?
Yeah.
And 3A, Bentley
Like a North
Slides name.
Carolina Hodge.
Yeah.
You know?
So don't go anywhere when we finish all the brackets. We're going to talk team race. We're going to talk MOW. Bentley Slides is going to probably be one of those names we mention in there.
I'd say.
And 51-0 on the year, beating them numerous state champs already again this year. We talk about them all the time.
Book it.
Yeah,
I mean, not to make
we're
a
not
pick.
going to make a pick.
We're not making picks.
But if you were going to make a pick today,
You know what I'm saying?
if you were going to make a pick today, this is not a bad one to lay your hands on and
But
pick.
I'm really
right?
excited to watch Hayden Smith.
Yeah.
Freshman, 3A.
Freshman,
East.
3A.
Yeah.
His, I think it was his dad. I got to go back and check the DM. Sent us a DM of him and Christian Riddick because they went back-to-back freshman regional champs at middleweights, right? Not 106, 113.
Yeah.
At middleweights, 138, 144. Hayden Smith trains at Sly Fox with Willie. So big one there. I'm really excited to see him in person again. We saw him at the Tiger. Corbin McCartney, Nathan's little brother, is really good there as well. I think the quad to watch, though, is down here on the bottom.
One. Evan Thompson, Connick.
Yep.
Yeah.
Xavier Thomas, and then Amon Scott.
Yeah.
Dark horse kid. We saw him at Super 32. Jonathan Milner was like, dude, this kid's going to be a problem. And John wasn't lying, right?
Yeah.
John don't lie. And he's been a problem all year long. Definitely a tough quarter if you're a regional champ for Thompson, right? Not exactly the quarter you kind of were hoping. Thompson really good, though. I said this at the state duel recap. Unheralded, right? We don't talk about him enough out of that Union Pines lineup, but it's hard. You have Brock Sullivan, you have Trip Sullivan, Dominic Blue, and Joseph Lloyd, right? And so Thompson kind of went under the radar. Regional championship for Thompson. Let's go up 150. Because this weight's fun. The top three at this weight are bonkers, and they all wrestled in the West region, and it went insane, which set up for a ridiculous bottom of this bracket. Bracket. All right, let's get out of the way. At the top of the bracket, 31-0, Will Varner. Is he the most improved guy in the state right now? I don't know. He was really good. We've talked about him for a long time, since before he ever stepped foot on a high school match. But he went from getting beat.
He was somebody we heard about.
Oh, yeah.
All
Him and
the time.
Bentley. And I think him and Bentley trained a lot.
Bentley, like, Varner was back, if I'm not mistaken, he was, back like around with, right whenever we started hearing about Seeley and Jax. And
He's right in that mix.
Always like
I remember sitting on the mat at
with
Southeast
those
Regionals
guys.
at the Cherokee Casino Center. Bentley was right here, Will Varner was here, and they were just yucking it up.
Yeah.
And watching them scrap, I'm like, this kid's going to be... And he was, right out the gate.
Yeah.
Will Varner, 4th place at 126. Last year at 144, got 3rd. And then here he is over the weekend. Majors, Landon Weaver, for the 2nd time this year, 9-1. His official name is Landon, but yes, James in the bracket.
That's my bad, you're right.
Yeah, it's all good. No worries. Either way, both.
Yep.
Both go. And then turns around and beats defending state champ Luke Osborne 7-2.
That was the one that won.
Yeah, 7-2. Luke Osborne, very good. Weaver, very good. Will Varner beats both of them and puts himself in a great... I know, you saw it. I love the blind reaction. Rhett's eyes just got so freaking big. But Will Varner, with doing that, beating 2 defending state champs back-to-back, puts himself in the top part of the bracket, trains at Dark Horse right there. That sets up this absolutely nuts bottom half of the bracket. Right away, this quad is monster. Elijah Oakley, who's been nothing short of but phenomenal this year.
Yeah.
So good. And he's got freshman stud from Union Pines, Jacob De La Torre, who he has been really good this year. Super stud freshman there. Then, first round, Luke Osborne, John Schultz. John Schultz is someone we walked away from Fargo saying, hey, that kid is really good, West Carteret. And that potentially sets up Luke Osborne versus Elijah Oakley in the quarters. And then below that, right, you have James Weaver, another defending state champ, looming, right? Bonkers. The bottom half of this weight is bonkers. And that you know who you have to thank for that? Will Varner, because he beat both Weaver and Osborne back-to-back and put them all on the opposite side.
Quarter, the potential quarter of Osborne-Oakley
is nuts. And then the winner probably getting Weaver. Yeah.
That's one that I just saw and was just like...
Yeah, his eyes, y'all, got like saucer big. It was great. It was great.
Wow.
That was so much fun. So much fun.
That's
so much fun.
Yeah.
Let's go up to 157. That's gonna be nuts. Who am I picking when it comes to it? Tune in Thursday at 11.
Oh
all
my
right.
God.
3A 157.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
I just
Yeah. There's
so many thoughts.
So many thoughts.
And the thing is,
nothing we say is gonna make a dent into.
Yeah, nothing we say is gonna matter. The tournament moved on. When it happened, it was in the semis, and the tournament progressed. Right,
Yep.
like, of course, Pandora's box was opened at the state tournament, and everyone's saying like, let's go back and wrestle again.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We can't. But so this way, like I feel like we had two. For me, I feel like it was a collision course of two people throughout the year. Maybe more for me. I thought it was going to be Phineas McCafferty.
Yep.
And personally, I thought it was going to be Caven Wilson.
Yeah. Took a loss at the regionals.
Did, but I really enjoy watching him wrestle.
I agree. I agree.
Either way. Right. So, Phineas McCafferty, 157 for Union Pines, an absolute dog, right? Just stud, kind of one of the hammers that Union Pines really relied on through their, through their run, through their title run. So,
just sucks, right?
I'm not going to get into all the details, right? So, long story short, he was ejected from a match.
And that ended his season.
There was a call made that it was made. We can't go back and change it. Neither of us agree with it.
Nope.
I've talked to some of the best officials in the state about this call. Okay, I've picked their brains. I've gotten the lowdown from officials that were there. I've read rule books. I've read
we've just done all things.
I've dug into it, okay? And as much as I hate it, the problem is that the call that was made, while I do not believe it was the right thing to do by the rule book, and what people have to realize is that there's the NFHS rule book, okay? And then there's the NCHSA. The NCHSA, they can set rules that are stricter than the national set, right? And this year, they set a zero tolerance rule for it, this situation, okay? So when you talk to an official, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, listen, if he's put in this situation and a coach comes up and says, hey, here's the rule book from, or here's the statement, whatever from NCHSAA, here it is. Tell me why it's not that.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of a point that those, and like, I don't know how you would argue that, because it's one of those things that's written right there, but
what it boils down to,
here's my only thing I'll say about it, any detail, okay? Any detail, is that when it's reactionary to an injury,
it's different.
It's different.
I don't like it. I don't agree with it. What it boils down to, Phineas McCafferty is not in these brackets.
Yeah.
That sucks.
End of a career, end of a great career.
Great career. I said on the recap, great kid.
Goes out as a team state champ.
Yeah, great kid.
Yeah.
Great family. We appreciate their support, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we wish Finn the best of luck, whatever is the next thing for him.
Yeah.
Right. So
Absolutely. But there's one more thing I do want to say about this.
Okay.
And it's kind of one of those that, like, it's just be good people, right? Like, I feel like we have a platform that we can kind of encourage people and encourage high school kids and just fans, things like that. And, you know, this had nothing to do with
the opponent at the time.
Yeah. Cape
Zero.
Fear, Frederick Edwards, was wrestling a tough match, was wrestling his best, a freshman, came out there, put on the line, and what happened, okay? From everyone we have talked to, this kid was in tears, trying to have the official not make this call.
Yeah.
Like, he knew, okay, like, and just, you can't blame him, right? Like, this is just one of those things that you can't, like, dude, Frederick, if you're watching, like, you put it out there on the line, you went and wrestled, and sometimes the cards fall the way the cards fall, right? And now you have the opportunity to go compete for a state title, be thankful for that, and, like, go scrap. And that's all I can say is that, like, it is not your fault at all. It is, like, point blank period. It stinks what happened.
But that has nothing to do with you.
Go scrap. Go try and win your state title.
And speaking of winning state titles, let's get in the bracket.
Let's go.
All right, so at 157 pounds, now a different weight class than what we thought we were going to get. And the top half of the bracket is just wide open. I do like the Frederick Edwards versus Dylan Francis matchup. Dylan Francis, the son of state champ Shane Francis from Manual High School. Him and Jason Breiholtz were the first two state champs off the Outer Banks in wrestling. Or I think Coach Breiholtz was the first one ever. Both of those were my high school coaches. Coach Francis was one of mine. So Dylan Francis' son punches his ticket here to the state tournament. I think that Frederick Edwards match is a good one for this bracket first round. Watch out for West Carteret's Braden Reynolds up here at the top. He does have Emmanuel Ortiz, who won the West Regional, but Reynolds is real tough. Real tough. Just recently committed to University of Mount Olive. Bottom half of the bracket. The quarter of this bracket, potential, right? Obviously, we got to wrestle Thursday night. Justin Root versus Chase Hillis. Chase Hillis beat Kavion Wilson at the regional tournament. Justin Root, really good there. So that's a tough quarter. And then Jace Rich down there and Wilson for Smoky Mountain, who we both really think highly of, right?
Yeah.
He's a junior since freshman year. I really like Wilson's path, honestly, to the semis there. So then let's go to 3A 165, where at the top, state runner-up Will Fincher sits there. And then we got Trip Sullivan in the bottom part of the top half. I can't help but, like, my brain goes to Trip Sullivan, Will Fincher. What is that going to look like? Like, right away. I know I don't want to pass anybody up here, and that's Jonathan Moses, regional champ from Jacksonville. I don't mean to be disrespectful or dismissive. I know how good Trip is, and it could very well be Moses in the semi there, right? But Fincher versus Sullivan matchup in that semis looks super intriguing, and Sullivan and Fincher being on the opposite side of Nathan McCartney is huge.
So I had a college coach text me about McCartney.
Yeah, this kid is lights out.
And before last year, didn't know a whole lot about him.
No, yeah, and we started hearing about him as the year went along. We're like, yeah, he's good. And then he runs all the way into Culp, and that match was fire.
I stand by this.
Okay, all right, I'm dialed in.
He's the most slept-on kid in North Carolina.
That is quite possible. I really like his style.
Period.
I like his build.
Bar none.
Yes.
He is the most slept-on kid in North Carolina. I don't think he's committed anywhere yet.
I don't think so either.
I don't think he is.
Undefeated on the year.
McCartney, if you are, let us know.
Only lost.
Cool. But college coaches, if you're watching this is the kid you watch at the state tournament.
Dial in
but
now.
I really, really, really like the potential quarter. With Trip Norwood and Nathan McCartney.
Yeah, Trip Norwood's real tough.
Yes.
Now, I will say on the bottom, our dude Troy Shannon, following people at Fargo, Guess who has a freestyle win over Nathan McCartney? Troy Shannon.
Freestyle.
It's freestyle, but still, Troy's tough, man.
Troy is tough. Here's the thing about Troy is he's dangerous in any position.
Oh, yeah. Going upper body.
It's that Greco.
Yeah. He's really good at Greco.
It's that Greco in him. He is dangerous from anywhere.
He could make something big happen. And he beat Tripp in the regional finals, which is put Tripp on the other side, right? Shannon's in a tough little quad here where Jordan Tolliver from Curry Tuck's really good, and then Jaime Vega from North Henderson, right? Really tough wrestler from a local school here. I think it's a really good little quad. It'll be interesting to see if we do get a Shannon-McCartney matchup. Let's go 3A 175, where we got three guys that I think kind of like are a tier 1, if I'm going to take a guess, right? Noah Michael, Cap City Wrestling Club guy. Another guy that went to Fargo with us, right? North Carolina USA Wrestling is one of the sponsors of this podcast. There's a reason these guys are doing really well. Sean Bass, Joseph Little, right? These kids put it on the line and went on national teams.
There's a common denominator.
And Noah Michael trains at Cap City, who's producing really good studs, right? So Noah Michael, undefeated on the year, sitting on the top of the bracket, in my opinion, kind of in a good spot. That Curva from Western Harnett, he's a North Carolina Wrestling Factory guy. That's a tough little quarter, right? And then St. Stephen's, Gio, help me out, Rehoy. Gio.
Hold on,
You're looking at something else.
I'm looking at something else because I think we missed something just a few weights ago, and I think I think that they got kind of swept under from all of the McCafferty.
Okay. I'll keep going here. Ethan Black versus Gio Hunnigan from St. Stephen's. Those are really tough guys. Perryman's another guy that went to Fargo with us. Cameron Perryman from Dudley. I really like watching him scrap, so that's a tough little if he ends up in the quarter there. The bottom half of the bracket, this kid from Oak Grove. Oak Grove is not a wrestling school that we talk a whole bunch about. Jacob Hillis, Oak Grove, 1 loss on the year. Really tough. Has a good path to the semis where he potentially could meet Dominic Blue, who's state runner-up to Zane Burkett 2 years ago as a freshman at 170. Last year at 165, meets Braden Mejia in the semifinals, then takes third. He's been right there to win a title. Is this the year that Dominic Blue gets it done? We'll see. He has a tough little quarter match, though, maybe against Logan Mummy, another kid that went to Fargo. A sophomore from Fred T. Ford, right? And Fred T. Ford, like I just said, has been a thorn in the side.
I was about to say, Dominic Blue.
Thorn in the side.
He had to see this bracket. It's been like, can I not have a Ford kid?
Get me away from these Fred T. Ford kids, right? Like, don't let me whistle.
It's not a Ford kid in the finals.
Yeah, or semis, right? He's only lost to Fred T. Ford kids. So
that's at state tournament.
At the state tournament, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
All right, let's go up to 190.
Hold on, I gotta go back real quick to 157.
All right, let's go back to 157.
Real quick.
What did we miss?
Amon Freeman.
Amon Freeman, yeah. Where is he at in the break? Oh yeah. Yes, yeah. Talk about it,
dude. What a path up top.
Yes, in a good spot.
Looks like it'd be Frederick Edwards, right? Cape Fear.
Or Dylan
Francis. But man, Freeman in a really, really good spot. If you said him, I might have just been still.
I actually did not because I jumped.
I might have still been raging in my head from the call.
Yeah,
but
I jumped down a little bit.
He's been one that watching all season, been solid.
Yep.
And been getting better and better and better. And I feel like he was one that I wanted to point out, and I feel like I let him kind of slip through the cracks there with all of the drama. But wanted to go back.
No, you're good.
Show him love.
So 3A 190 at the top. OBX Wrestling Factory. First Fly High School. Lucas Sumner's bringing it in right here at the top of the bracket. 28-1 on the year, 3A 190. Now, I will say this. The Matthew Whalen, Chris Vargas from round 1 matchup is the best one of this bracket, in my opinion. And the winner getting Sumner. So that's a really tough quarter if you're Sumner's getting Whalen or Vargas. Whalen was the 1 seed in the East before getting upset in round 2. Then, bottom end of the bracket, Donovan Candevar from Kings Mountain draws Brock Sullivan first round, right? Draws Brock Sullivan first round. And, the bottom half of this bracket, what do you say other than Brock Sullivan, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's just a...
Brock,
Book
right?
it. Not making any picks, but...
So, yeah, it's tough to say anything other than thinking about Brock. The Coleman-Jones matchup in the quarters potentially against Padgett or Perkoff could be a tough one as well. Like I said, I think Vargas Whalen, best first round matchup. Lucas Sumner's, that's a dangerous quarter there. Brock Sullivan is Brock Sullivan.
Yeah.
And Union Pine's going to do their thing in the team race.
Dog.
Right? Yeah. I think they got the big guns. They got 11 kids. It's going to be tough to track them down. If Pisgah's going to track them down, though,
it'll be
215 helped them out. 215 helped them out.
Yep.
Right?
And this might be my favorite weight in 3A.
Yeah, this is a bunch of fun.
I think it is. I think this is my
favorite. The top
favorite,
half of the bracket is really fun.
My favorite weight at 215 or in 3A.
So, let me set the stage here. Landon Pope 4-3 over Avery Reimer. Why is that important at the regional tournament? Because Landon Pope finds himself opposite Reimer and Xavier Wilson now. Now, do you see who he has as a potential quarter opponent?
Yeah, Dan Trell.
Dan Trell. Okay.
Or Mason Scott or Mason
Scott.
Mason Scott.
Yeah.
He's the simplest, like the most simple name.
I know. It's all good. So, but Dan Trell versus Pope, that's a big team race implication match.
Yeah.
I'll say this. Y'all can count out Dan Trell if you want to. I will never count out Dan Trell after watching him do at Fargo what he did, watching him wrestle 215 when he's really a 190-pounder his entire career, really.
Yeah.
Kid is absolutely a dog, right?
Yeah.
He's tough as nails, and he will launch you if you are not careful. So that's a crazy quarter. Pope definitely the favorite, right? He put himself in a good spot in the bracket. And then, let me tell you this. Jamarian Moore from South Johnson. I'm putting you on red alert right now. Garrett Young from Franklin High School. Telly Sly and I were standing next to each other at the War Eagle watching this kid wrestle, and we were like, dude, this kid's good. He's a freshman at 215.
If I'm not mistaken.
And he's built like a house.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he's like the youngest of the young brothers from Franklin. And if I'm not like his older brothers, I think they all played college football, if I'm not mistaken. They're all like running backs, and it's just like this literal Franklin build where they are just a brick, just like
this kid is good,
massive,
man.
And freak athletes.
Yeah, this kid's a running back on the varsity team.
So
and yeah,
I don't think. I mean, I could be wrong, Garrett. If I am wrong, sorry. But you know the similarities or the similarness.
Yeah, the similarities are there.
Yes. If not, Franklin, y'all are just like changing kids' names to Young if they fit a certain build.
Yeah.
But yes, you're right. The kid is an absolute hoss, especially for a freshman 215-pounder.
Agreed.
You don't see many running backs starting
as a freshman
in the mountains as a freshman.
Nope.
Weighing 215 as a running back, right? So he's one that he can bust up a bracket big time.
All right, and then on the bottom half of the bracket, I don't know about you, I can't help myself. Give me Avery Reimer, Xavier Wilson. Let's see what happens. Fireworks. Let's go. Yeah. Right?
That's a lot of fun. Xavier Wilson just recently committing to
NC State.
Yeah, the red team.
Yeah.
I got beef right now.
I
got beef with NC State right now. But
okay. Let's head up to the heavyweights because there's an absolutely bonker round one matchup. OBX Wrestling Factory, First Flight, Everest Oliot versus Donovan Frederick, round 1. These two wrestled for 3rd and 4th last year.
Did you say a first flight kid's name wrong?
I don't think so.
You said a Williette or something, isn't it?
Oliette. I don't know. Everest. Let's go by Everest. He's so good. He just goes by one name. Everest.
I know. I just love making you.
He just loves throwing me under the dang bus.
Yeah, especially with first flight.
Whatever.
If I can,
Listen.
If I can, first flight, I'm throwing another bus with them.
Whatever.
It's just fun.
Either way,
you know?
they wrestled for 3rd and 4th last year. Frederick won that one, and here they are going to wrestle freaking first round. And they're one of the title contenders.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
like, that's whoever wins that match has a good path to win the next one to the semi, and really has a good path to make the finals, right? To me, that round 1 matchup. Now, I'm not trying to sleep past Joloski from Kata, right? I'm not trying to go past Herdeman Street from Smoky Mountain, whatever. But you can't tell me that first round matchup isn't the favorite to win, to make the finals after that.
I'm sorry, but the Hibben Street kid or whatever it is from Smoky Mountain, no, that kid is like, he's from a video game.
I get it.
Like,
but
I'm kicking him in the shin if I have to wrestle him.
I'm telling you,
it's not going to be a fair fight. Okay,
I think that the winner there is the favorite. Now, I will say Escobar from Northeast Guilford literally just beat Frederick in the regional tournament.
So I worry whenever I see a 9-2 record.
Yeah, he's not been wrestling a bunch this year.
Okay.
So
maybe
two
banged
losses.
up. I don't know. I don't know anything about him. But that's one thing.
I know.
Whatever the reason is, Everest over here, 31-2, like
been grinding. I know.
Okay?
I agree. With those small records, you worry.
I worry.
Which
I don't know what the reason is. So
you know my first flight bias.
Don't ever
worrying in a good way. Like, let's go.
Yes. No, I know. That's just I'm just saying.
So here's the thing. And Escobar from Northeast Guilford literally beat Frederick at the regional tournament.
Yep.
So I'm probably overlooking him. I just think that round 1 match is just absolutely huge to see who can make the finals there.
Yeah, but I think that Everest and Hibben Street.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna go with.
Yeah.
That is going to be fire.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Speaking of fire,
it's gonna be tough.
the bottom half.
Bottom.
This is
quad.
where this sucks a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, if you're Nicholas Rogers, you just beat Everest. You're undefeated on the year, and what do you get? You get to wrestle the same guy you wrestled in the state finals last year on the same dang side. This is your semis now. So Nicholas Rogers, Trevcon Gary on the same side. In this quarters match between Jonathan Moore potentially and Nicholas Rogers, that's a good quad right there. Nicholas Rogers, Jonathan Moore from Ashbrook, it's Ashbrook. Jonathan Moore from Ashbrook, that's a tough one. Trevquan Gary down there, we know what he can do. Eli Frizzell from Pisgah, really tough wrestler as well, so don't overlook him if you're Trevquan Gary.
Yeah, Frizzell, like, just a grindy, he's good at grinding matches out.
Yeah. So
really, it's a really fun heavyweight bracket this year for 3A.
Yeah, I've been saying that all year that the 3A
on paper, Gary should be the favorite, right? But
I've been saying that all year that
Any
3A
fight
285 is not getting the respect it deserves because
Yeah.
the top 4 place winners returned
Yeah.
and they're all in this bracket.
any fight kid that makes the state tournament has potential to
And that match last year
be
between
just a
Rogers and
freak show.
Gary was just freaking so much fun.
Yeah, like it just
much
like
fun.
that just has full on potential. And then your quad up top.
Yeah.
You know, just
Agreed.
but then even is it Tula? Oof. A Tootie Tula maybe? I know that I just
Yeah, from
butchered that.
Jacksonville.
50-2 though.
Yeah, he's really tough. His only 2 losses
Just-
are to Everest by fall.
Yeah. That was the first flight by his stat pull right there. Just saying.
Just saying.
Um,
All right.
cool. So let's
3A
roll up.
brought to you by Dark Horse Wrestling. We appreciate Dark Horse, the support.
Of course, our dark horse monster here for 3A.
Bentley Sly.
Bentley Sly.
And Will Varder. And the Helms.
And the Helms. And, yeah, I'm just like
we could just keep going.
yeah.
Right?
So
Can't we? Okay.
just monsters. So let's move up into the last
Classification.
Not last topic, last classification, and it's brought to you by. Thank you, Raleigh Area Wrestling Club, sponsoring the 4A classification. 4A always just
Bonkers.
hits
Fun.
different.
Hits
Something
different.
like just
4A hits different. The
I don't
depth is different. It hits different. And we're starting off right away at 4A 106 with some insane potential, right?
I'm slacking. Hold on. That's my bad.
It's fine.
That's on me.
4A is fun. The team race at 4A is going to be fun. We're going to talk about that. So classifications, this is our last one, but then we're going to talk team race and MOW talk after this.
Yep.
Going to be awesome. So, man, 4A 106 is going to kick it off really fun. At the top, you got Aguilar from Robert E. Glenn. Glenn.
I thought you were about to say Robert E. Lee.
No, Robert.
I was like, wait, what?
No, but listen.
There we go. Brackets up.
Glenn has become this program that I'm really watching carefully because
Yeah.
they're skyrocketing up. Coach Barron there is doing a really great job. He's got good staff, good kids. So Aguilar at the top of the bracket here. He does have a potential quarter. I think this is the best quad of the bracket. Potential quarter here with Feliciano or Atkins. Feliciano, a dark horse kid. Atkins, North Carolina Wrestling Factory there. So two of our club sponsors. Feliciano, we've been talking about all year. So Aguilar, Feliciano. This could be a really good spot if Huff is going to gain some points in the team race.
Yeah.
Feliciano making the semis here would be very nice for them, right? Very nice for them.
Yes, it would.
On the bottom part of the top bracket, though, Luke Richards has put himself in a really nice spot with that regional title over the weekend. And now he's opposite Trevelyan Hall and Ryder Maynard, kind of sitting up here. So he's the favorite to kind of make I think he's the favorite to make the finals on this side, probably. I would say. Obviously, a kid that we talk a lot about on that Cardinal Gibbons State champ squad, right?
Dude. Yep.
So good. On the bottom part of the bracket, Ryder Maynard, Trevelyan Hall. I kind of already looked to the semis. I know that we're not supposed to be doing that, but it's tough not to.
Not making picks, but
It's tough not to, right? I think Matthew Carter versus Elias Flores down there in the bottom could be a potential first-round match. That's super fun. But, man, fun bracket right out the way. I love watching 106 and 113 because it's kind of like the stars of the future almost, where it's like the young guy.
or you have like your kids that somehow stay the same size.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But, a lot of times you get these 106 guys
since,
that you look back at some of these you look at these 106 and 113 brackets and you look at them like 3 or 4 years afterwards when they're all seniors, and it's just loaded, right? 113, we could have a rematch of what happened in the state dual finals, maybe in the semis here with Sterling Spencer and Brady Donovan. But don't look past Jesse Farnsworth from Panther Creek. Man, we've watched this kid. He is so tough. So tough. Dangerous. So that Farnsworth...
He could be a bracket buster real quick.
That Farnsworth-Brady Donovan quarter match could be absolute bananas. Definite one to watch. And then Sterling Spencer on the same side. On the bottom half, you got two absolute super studs with Drew Curley and Ja'Kai Sedgwick. Hope County's Ja'Kai Sedgwick was a runner-up at 106 last year, 40-1 on the year. Pretty sure his one loss came up at 120. And then Drew Curley been wrestling really well this year as well at 43-3. Not to look past the semis, but that kind of intrigues me. We'll see what Michael Centuro can do for Huff on the backside. He got Sedgwick first round, but what can he do on the backside for team-wise? And then Obviously, Brady Donovan and Sterling Spencer, team race, right? Team race between those 3 teams.
Points.
This is a big team race weight.
Yeah.
Moving up to 120. Oh.
Uh-oh.
No, they didn't do it. They did it.
Oh, no. What did they do?
Jay Sperry.
Oh, no. What? No.
Jay Sperry.
No. I don't like it. I don't accept.
Grant McCord
No,
on the
I send it back.
Saints.
No. I rebuke this bracket in the name of
We would like to
Matt.
We would like to send this one back.
Yeah.
We
Can
would
I
like
refuse this one? Jay Sperrier and Grant McCord on the same side of the bracket is a crime. It should be a felony in 37 states.
This should be the final.
This is crazy.
This should be the final. Oh, I freaking hate this one so much. I hate this one so much. This was a final. 2 years ago.
That's crazy.
When Barry was a freshman and when Grant McCord was a sophomore and won his title, this was the final. We're probably going to see it in the semi.
What are we doing?
I hate it. Grant McCord wins against Sefcek in the regional finals just to put himself on the same side as Jay Sperrier. I hate that one, man. I hate that one. What it does do, though, is Aiden Sefcek.
Dude, it sets him up
It sets him
nice.
up really nice for Davie County. If Davie County wants in the team race, this is how to do it right here, sir.
I mean,
he's on the bottom. He'll have Higgins from Mallard Creek on the from Mallard Creek. It looks like Middle Creek. It's not Mallard Creek. It's Middle Creek because it's Mid-East. So Middle Creek in the quarters potentially he's in a real good spot here. He's in a really good spot.
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't think it gets better than that for him.
Yeah, and watch out for Jacob Douche from Hickory Ridge to make the semi here. Lucas Angst from Ashley, really tough, but Jacob Douche. Yeah, I know. This set up perfectly for Davie and Aiden Sefcek, I think.
I mean, I'm not even mad about that because I like watching Sefcek wrestle.
Me
I
too,
really do.
but
what do we do? Like
that sucks.
Why are
to
we
get
not
McCord and him on the same side? I hate it. I hate it
how?
so much.
Like, how does that happen?
It happens because that's the way the bracket fell, and that's the system we have.
Can we make it a rule that like their state final? It
sucks.
Crazy.
It sucks. Let's go 126.
No, that just ruined my day.
Sorry.
No.
These blind reactions are actually pretty fun.
No,
with
like
you.
I'm out. No, like
so 126.
I don't accept that bracket.
We reject that bracket. 126 is really fun. This is probably my favorite 4A weight. We got a bunch of really good kids at the top of the bracket. The potential quarter between Cody Bowie and Caden Glass. Big team race implications. And Caden Glass beat Bowie in the duel. Do you remember this one? Glass came out, started dominating, and then Bowie started clawing his way back. Started getting takedowns at the end, and then Caden Glass hits the cement mixer to kind of cement the win and get the major, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a fun one, and it's big team race stuff. Cody Bowie's going to be a big deal for Huff's team title hopes, right? He's got a place, in my opinion. Caden Glass, state runner-up. If you're Caden Glass for Davie's team title hopes, you got to do what Caden Glass does, right? And then they're on the same side as Mr. Tyler Watt from Wake Forest, Cap City kid, 33-1. He was someone we were really impressed with at the state tournament last year, and then in the spring. And his potential quarter matchup with Brendan Ferguson, who's really tough sophomore out of Culberson. That's a tough one. The quarters at this weight are really fun. Lawson Bean, potential quarter with Aiden White, who Aiden White has 2 wins over Caden Glass on the year, right? So an 8-0 major and a 12-5 decision yesterday. And then at the bottom here, another potential one, right? Javion Johnson, Pine Forest, who's wrestled really well. Wrestled Ty Johnson just as well as anybody has all year long.
Yeah.
And Jacob Miet from Topsail, right? Trains with Willie at Sly Fox.
Yeah.
Mason Yount is really tough.
I was about to say, I think that's the best first round matchup right there.
Mason Yount's
possibly
really tough.
of 4A.
We'll see. But that's a tough one. Mason Yount's another kid I'm pretty sure was in Fargo with us. He definitely was in Fargo with us. Really tough kid. This is my favorite weight. The quarters potentially could be Johnson, Amiet, White, Bean, and Caden Glass, and Bowie, and I clicked off the bracket there. Tyler Watt and Brendan Ferguson. Crazy quarters at this weight. Don't look away.
I'm still shook.
Don't look away. All right, 132.
What are we doing at 120?
What are we doing at 120? What are we doing at 120?
That's
132, guys. 132.
I feel like I need to walk around
Right
and
at
come
the
back in a
top
few
of the
minutes.
bracket where he probably should be. 27-0, Tar Heel commit.
Where he
Liam.
probably should be. Jeez, disrespect.
Well, I just meant like,
the disrespect.
stop. He knows
The-
I think he's
The
phenomenal.
disrespect.
Liam Hickey trains at Raw Wrestling, who's sponsoring this, right? Kind of one of their signature athletes, I would say. Yeah, Liam Hickey's world, we're living in it, right? We've said that a couple of weights, right? Colt Cambuzi's really tough, sophomore. He's a state qualifier last year.
Just got shocked.
Rhett just got shocked. That's how much he loves you guys, plugging in laptops and stuff. Caleb Martin, Alexander Schweitzer, really fun first round match at this weight, with the winner probably getting Connor Sousa from Hickory Ridge.
Yeah.
Sousa's someone that Hickory Ridge needs for the team race, I think.
Big time.
Big time. And this is a good spot for him to make the semi. So if Hickory Ridge wants to win, this is a place where they can do it. Bottom half, you got Powell from Lumberton versus a potential quarter with Thau from Davie. Thau, again, Davie is in a decent spot here, right? Yeah. Thau's really tough. That could win. And then you have Titan Kostoff from...
He's another, like, bracket buster.
Yeah, and we saw him beat Kostoff in the duel. That was kind of a crazy one.
Yeah.
And that could be a potential semi there. This side of the bracket is huge for the team race, for Davie versus Huff. And Hickory Ridge, Sousa right here. 132 for the team race. Pencil it, circle it, right? This is one that team race-wise is going to go bonkers. 138 is a fun weight that's got a little bit of wide openness to it with a lot of youth, in my opinion. Right? We got Mitchell Rowland, Jacob McCord. Mitchell Rowland, we know how good he is. We've been talking about him for a while. He comes from a wrestling family. His brother, Matthew, was a state champ. Megan was really good, always at the top of the pecking order of the girls. Potential quarters match between Rowland and McCord. And McCord won the West Regional over Connor Reese. And right here, Eli Thomas, Brett Foster, first round. Eli Thomas, Elaney, Brett Foster, Davie. And then in that same quad, Jackson Young and Shepard Capel, right? Jackson Young beat Mitchell Rowland again at the regional tournament in a crazy match at the end. Yeah, that's tough. And then you look at the bottom. Oh,
I don't accept this. Austin Green and Connor Reese
in the quarters.
Same quad?
Yeah, they're in the quarters. Austin Green, Connor Reese. I'm telling you, this bracket is going to be bananas.
Mooresville's Hammers showed out.
Yeah, they did.
I love to see that.
Yep.
Speaking of, before I forget.
Yep.
With all the craziness that comes.
Say it. I know you're about to say.
Okay.
We'll pause in the middle of 138.
Yes. Austin Green, Mooresville here. Made me think of it. Friday. Right?
Yep, Friday. Everybody where?
Friday, the legend, Coach Ben Watson.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so much to this state, and we want to honor him. Did the shirts Friday. Let's try and pack that place out with the Ben Watson's my homeboy shirts, or the Watson Strong shirts, or the Legend shirts.
Yep.
Any of them, we'll have ours on. You want to say first round at least, because I know that some schools like
you're not going to wear semis.
Yeah,
but at least first round Friday. Let's wear our any of the Ben Watson shirts that you have.
Yeah,
we'll wear ours.
I'd love to see that place packed out with it. So support 11.
Let's do it Friday, not Thursday, just because Friday. Then our 1A friends will be there, and there's a bunch of 1A people that have those shirts. So
yeah,
So Friday, let's do the thing. Speaking of Ben Watson and team, Austin Green, Connor Reese, potential quarter is absolutely nuts. And then Augie Raham from Huff, Jalen Bethea from Hope County, and then Alexander Rodriguez from Cardinal Gibbons. That's a fun quad there. Man, this bracket is just so much fun.
Yes.
So much fun. This is one of the most wide open brackets around. So dial into this one. 144. This absolutely bonkers quad. I automatically went straight to it when I opened the brackets. Donovan Edwards, first round, getting Vincent Grack, who I've been talking about. I said on the recap last night, he's a super stud freshman, couldn't make the Huff lineup, gets inserted into a lineup up a weight at regionals, and makes the tournament. Gets Donovan Edwards first round, but I'm telling you, Donovan Edwards, that is not an easy first round. And then Sammy Gant, third place at this weight a year ago.
That's a crazy quad.
Yeah, that is a nuts quad right there. So we could potentially get Edwards versus Sammy G in the quarters. Wild.
That's crazy.
And I'll say this about the top. Asher Watson, really tough. That's not a good first round draw if you want, if you're Joe Brown. And that could be potential for team race points for Hickory Ridge.
Wow.
On the bottom, Tobin McNair, undefeated on the year. Super stud sophomore.
Yeah.
Trains at Raw, right? Trains a little bit at Cap City as well. Really, really tough quarter there. Mason Holler and Aslan Dimitrovic from Porter Ridge. And then you have the super freshman, Aaron Ellison from Lumberton. Man, what an impressive regional tournament he had, and taking out Sammy G, right? Third place last year here we go, and Aaron Ellison beats him in the regional finals. What does he get rewarded with, though? A potential quarter with Andrew Davis, who has a win over Donovan Edwards. So the quarters at this weight could be nuts, too. 132, 126, 132, 138,
I feel like
and
quarters going to
144.
be popping off everywhere.
Quarters are going to be nuts everywhere, especially girls in 4A, I feel like, so far.
Yeah.
Let's go to 4A 150. We got Jackson Rowling, who's trying to finally close out his career with a state title, right? Runner-up as a freshman. Fourth place as a sophomore. Runner-up to Hickey last year. Up at 150 pounds. Trying to close it out for the Huskies. And get a title here. On his side is Josh Spontak from West Forsyth, who won a Midwest regional title, really tough. On the bottom, we got the bottom is where the bracket gets real interesting, I think, especially because Jackson Rolling's up at the top. You have Enoch from Cardinal Gibbons, who is really good, right?
Yep.
Really good. In his potential quarter, state placer Jack Gibson. That's a fire match for a quarter. All right, on the other side of that part of the bracket, Elliot Gould is really good. Him and Jake Doherty, Jake Doherty was a state placer last year too. Man, that's a tough one. And then just whoever wins out of those quarters, making it to those semis and finals. That's a lot. That's a lot. I really like this Jack Gibson Beckham Enoch quad. Let's go 157, where the wrestling gods were smiling at me, Rhett Hoy.
Yeah?
Yeah, they are. They heard my calls. They heard my calls after the Tiger when I said, Aiden Gore, Drew Teeter, let's just wrestle that one all the dang time. And look who we got as a potential quarter. Drew Teeter versus Aiden Gore.
I don't like it. I don't want that to be a quarter.
I don't.
Like,
Jeremiah Johnson might mess that up, though.
I know.
Right? That's a tough quad. Aiden
Teeter's
Gore,
just so good. Like, he's so much fun to watch.
He's so much fun to watch.
But so is Aiden. Like,
yeah, and they're both young,
they're
right?
both young.
Sophomore and a freshman up here at 157 pounds.
Yep.
Fulcher's tough, and Jeremiah Johnson from Cary's tough. So this is a good quad. But keep smiling on me, wrestling gods, when it comes to Drew Teeter wrestling Aiden Gore again. I think it's gonna be super fun. On the bottom part of that bracket, A.L. Brown's Gavin Yao has been wrestling really tough this year. Probably the favorite to make the semis against Gore or Teeter or Johnson, right? On the bottom, this is the best first round match of the bracket. Coy Greer, freshman from Watauga. Only 3 losses on year. One of them is Kenneth Pritz. The other 2 came at the regional tournament. He's got Thomas Gingrich, who is really tough. Trains at Cap City. That's a great first round matchup. I think the winner of that makes the semis. And then down on the bottom, Hayden Rogers is really good. Cole Jenkins is tough. Santiago Ruiz Diaz from Providence.
Providence.
He is the highest returning place winner at this weight. He got third a year ago. I'm pretty sure the only loss he had, or he was at 150, because the only loss he had last year at the state tournament was to one Ian Fritz, who just won a Utah state title.
Shout out Ian Fritz.
Shout out Ian Fritz.
Always gonna love North Carolina kid.
Yep. And then he DM'd us that. Always a North Carolina kid. Can't wait to see him at Utah Valley. Let's go 165, where I'm a little disappointed in the bracketing again. Kostoff, Kopelman.
What are we doing for it? Like, why are we?
I know. And it
Why are they
the thing
playing
that
with
sucks
my
is,
emotions?
The thing that sucks is it takes a little wind out of the sails, right? A little wind out of the sails, and Friday night semis are really the finals, and then Saturday night's not as like intense sometimes, right? So we got Kaiser Kostoff, which that's a bad man, dude.
Yeah.
Right? His quarter match that is going to be pretty fun, though, is Jermaine Brown II from Grimsley High School.
Mm-hmm.
Grimsley's got a good, little tough squad. But Kopelman being on the same side as Kostoff
Crazy.
sucks, because I think they're the best two. Just being blank about it, right? I do like Jacob Hall from Hickory Ridge. Again, another kid, if Hickory Ridge wants to continue to be in this team race, right? And I don't mean that in the way of like they're out of it by any means. I mean, this is important for them, right? They're right in the mix,
better than
right?
to really doubt them.
Yeah, right. I don't doubt that. I'm just saying, like, I think Jake. I don't think it's I don't think it's Colt Campbell and Damian Couture and Brady Donovan that win it for them. I think it's these guys, the Asher Washingtons,
They have to have
Jacob Hall.
They have to have them. Yeah.
So that's a tough match for Kopelman out of Jacob Hall if that occurs. The bottom side of the bracket, Green Levels, Sadler, only 16-3 on the year. Again, you said those lower match count numbers kind of concern you, but he looks to be in a good spot. And then the freshman.
I mean, I say that so there's like those lower match counts could be that somebody was banged up or that someone was, whatever the reason is. The reason I say that it worries me is because, let's say that someone was banged up, right?
Yep.
Let's say that they're nursing a knee injury or whatever it was from a different sport earlier in the year or anything like that. And they come in and they only get 9 matches in. How good shape are they in?
Yep. No, it's a great point.
Are they in championship shape? So it's not really about like.
No, but I know what you're saying though. It's a definite note.
It's not counting them out, but it's.
And Flores from Porter Ridge is really tough there, but I'm telling you, this kid from Cardinal Gibbons, Ryan Thompson, freshman state qualifier at 165. That's tough to do. That is tough to do, and I like the way the kid wrestles. Let's go up to 175, where there's a real bad man here. A real bad man. Cole Campbell, bad dude. Like,
real good.
This kid is freaking phenomenal. He creates
so good, man.
Creates angles better than maybe anybody in the state, right on his feet. Moves his feet super well.
Like I don't
scores a
I don't know
lot
anybody
of
that I can really
takedowns.
Like throw
ahead of him
argument at,
right?
Like
so Colt Campbell in a good spot, top of the bracket. I want to shout out undefeated Hoggard wrestler Jude Moulton though. Hoggard not a school we talk a whole lot about. And he's undefeated on the year. Won a regional title, so he obviously proved it in the East. I think Cole Campbell, levels to this, but definitely a good maybe semifinals opponent there. On the bottom of the bracket is where things get interesting, right? Now because it's opposite of Colt.
Yeah.
Honor Paxton, who two-time state qualifier up at these upper weights as freshman and sophomore, gonna look to try to continue to perform well here. But that Parker Peters from Northern Guilford, definitely a tough matchup in the quarterfinal if you're Paxton. One not to rest your laurels on, right? Like, gotta bring it. And then the best quad, in my opinion, is probably the one on the bottom with Bogan, McKinney, LeDuc, and Kelly. Just all really solid, really on the same tier type of guys to try to make the semis there, which could be big placement points. If Laney wants to get in the team race, that could be a good one to make up. Let's go.
Laney's always in the team race. It don't matter.
Laney loves to make us look dumb, so I'll never count them out anymore.
It's not hard most of the time.
True.
But it's crazy.
Just crazy.
They are our Fred T. Ford for Dominic Blue.
Yeah.
Thorn in the side.
Thorn in the side. All right. 190. There's also a very bad man here at this weight, but he's also in the quad to watch. You last year at the state tournament, I think no one was a bigger fan of Jack Hardy than Rhett Hoy. I don't think even his dad was a bigger fan of him than you were at the state tournament. No one stays in better position, I think, than Jack Hardy.
No.
Right? No one
Period.
No one does. Not in the state. Undefeated on the year, Northern Guilford's Jack Hardy is definitely in the driver's seat when it comes to the state title.
Mm-hmm.
However, Gavin Lopez, 23-2 on the year. Sophomore, was a state qualifier at 175 last year as a freshman. From Green Hope, really tough, right? Now, they were in the same Great City Grapple bracket, which Hardy won.
Yeah.
But that's a tough quarters match. Not one you kind of expect to have, right? Carlo Evans from Huff on the top.
Giancarlo, I think. Right?
I think it's Giancarlo.
Okay.
Evans from Huff. Big for the team race there, right? Caden Smith
Absolutely.
from Lenny.
Yeah.
That's a pretty wide open quad to make the semifinals opposite more than likely Jack Hardy. Bottom side of the bracket. You have some ridiculous fun, right?
The very bottom quad is the one to me that I'm just like.
You got James Ellison,
knows
state
who comes
placer
out?
at 175 last year, Cochran, and you have Cuddy, who beat Luke Shipley at the regional tournament before falling to Jack Hardy, and Patias there from Myers Park. So, and then you got like above that in that quad, Luke Shipley in a decent spot. Lucky Horrell from Hoggard. Hoggard, 2 regional champs back to back there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that the quarters are. I think the quarters in this bracket might almost be more interesting than the potential semis, if that makes sense. Right? The Cuddy Ellison match and the Hardy Lopez match might be more interesting than the semis, potentially. Just the way regionals brackets kind of worked out. 215 pounds, my friend. Another great weight. 215, Hayden Haynes sitting at the top of the bracket. He potentially could see Morgan from Richmond County again. They wrestled last year, the first round of the state tournament. That's the one that turned him green. They wrestled earlier this year, and Haynes handed Morgan one of his only 2 losses. Hayden Haynes, when he pulls the trigger, man, is really tough to stop. Really tough to stop.
Like, and we've said it for so long watching him. It's just like, dude, whenever you get going and when you just pull that trigger and get on your offense, it's so dangerous.
A.L. Brown's Drake Watts here in this quad. Super fun little quad there with Jeremiah Glass. Then you look at the bottom half. Sam Harper sitting down there all the way on the bottom.
Yep.
Wrestled 190 most of the year. At regional brackets came out.
Up at 215.
Up at 215.
I personally thought it was a good move. I still think it's a good move. I think he needed a tournament to be able to 215. Like what am I working with here? Like what's
it feel like?
What's a real what's a real 215 feel like in a match? And he's got that.
Yeah, and you got that against Keyshawn Morrison, right? Who beat him at the regional tournament.
Yep.
Keyshawn Morrison sitting there. I think Morrison and Harper not the regional champs, but gonna give Patterson from Onlo and Estes from Green Level all they can handle, and we could see a Harper Morrison rematch in the semis here on this bottom half of the bracket.
Yeah.
Ready for the last weight class, my man? 3 hours into this, right? Thanks for staying with us, going strong. Rhett and I are having fun, enjoying every single bracket. We're on the last bracket, but don't go anywhere after because we're going to talk about team race. We're going to talk about MOW.
Yep.
So at 285, at the top of the bracket, Brandon Pittman, and then he's got maybe potentially Jalen Terry Winston in the quarters, which could be a real banger there. And then Damian Couture on that side of the bracket as well.
I was about to say, we can read all these names, but I think it is
Couture,
a
Rivera.
2-man.
2 undefeated guys.
Yeah.
They've wrestled a couple of times with Rivera winning 2 of them, I think. and Couture winning 1. I know Couture won the.
I thought they were split 1-1.
I think they wrestled 3 times, but I could be wrong. Could be just 1-1.
Okay.
Could be just 1-1.
I thought it was 1-1.
But these
could be wrong.
These have been the 2 guys all year long, right? They've been the 2 guys all year long. I will say, team title-wise, Ryder Strickland on the bottom of the bracket for Davey could be a potential bracket buster that could help Davey out there. But, yeah, when it comes down to it, Couture, Rivera, heavyweights, it's where you got 2 undefeated guys.
That's a lot of fun. Like that's one of my favorite potential matchups of the whole tournament.
Agreed.
A lot of questions there, and they're both just solid.
Agreed.
Excited to see where Rivera ends up
in college.
Yeah.
I think I have a feeling, but
okay, interesting. Just keeping that one to yourself.
Yep. All right.
So that's all.
That's
the
4
brackets.
That's all the brackets. That's
all the
4.
brackets.
Thank you to Raw Wrestling for sponsoring 4A. Really appreciate that.
Yeah.
All the brackets. We went through every single one. 3 hours, right? 3 hours long.
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah. Don't go anywhere. Team Race up next, and the Team Race is brought to you by.
We're back.
We're back.
That's my bad. I stay hydrated.
He had to pee.
We'll put it that way.
Right, that's
hydrated.
okay. So let's talk team race. Let's go 1A.
Yes.
1A, I think we're really got like 5 teams, right? Polk County qualified 9. We talked a lot about they have a lot of tough first round matchups.
Yeah.
If they do really well in that first round, they're going to put themselves in a good spot.
Yep.
Mount Airy, they qualified 10. Right? And they made the state dual finals. They have the studs with Andrew Meadows, the Martin brothers, Bryson Cottle that can make the finals. It's the other guys. Can they support them, right?
Right.
Avery County, they got 6 guys, but I'm telling you right now, all 6 guys can make the finals. If they do that, that's a lot of points, guys. That's 120 points-ish, give or take. If they get 120 points, that's going to be really, really tough to beat. But they don't have anybody else that's going to back them up, right? Especially with Mount Airy qualifying 10 and Robbinsville and URA Charter, right? Robbinsville qualified 7. They have the Panamas, Ensley.
Yep.
They're heavyweight. We got numerous guys in there for Robbinsville. The Hooper brothers, right, are both state title favorites going into the weekend. And then there's URA Charter. URA Charter qualified 13, and their one kid who did not qualify made the freaking blood round.
Yeah.
So they were 1 match away, guys, from qualifying every single kid for the state tournament. I think it's those 5 teams. Sorry to all the other teams in the 1A East. I think it's those 5 teams, right? Polk, Mount Airy, Avery, Robbinsville, URA Charter. Who am I picking? Tune in on Thursday at 11.
Yeah, I mean, it's just...
Here's what it's going to boil down to, okay? We said it a little bit ago. Robbinsville, Mount Airy, Avery, the West schools, they got to pick off the URA charter schools together and then see who shakes it out, right? If they can do that, if the mountain schools pick off all the URA kids together, then it becomes a whole different ball game. And Mount Airy, Robbinsville, Polk, and Avery to see who can win it.
Yeah.
I think it's an uphill climb, to be honest, right? Your Archers got 13, and they got 13 with a lot of mix. They got kids that can place. They got kids that might not win. They got kids that will win. They're going to be tough to beat. 13 kids, that's a lot of horses in the stable, a lot of room for error.
Yes.
Avery County, though, 6 guys in the finals. If they do that, that's a lot of freaking points.
So that's where it comes down to.
That's a lot of freaking points.
For Avery, can they punch all 6 into the finals?
It comes down to Mason Bentley and their 106-pounder Tooley, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that's essentially for Avery, right? That because you feel pretty good about Foster, Pritz.
Avery only has 5.
So that's 6.
106, 120, 144, 65, 190.
Yeah, so 5. Yeah. So I'm gonna say 6, but 5. Even with that, 5, that's 128 points.
Yeah, I mean, 3 of them haven't lost a match all year.
Yeah.
Right? And the 4th one's Mason Bentley.
Yeah.
Who?
And the 5th one,
Yeah.
Tooley could make the final. That's a lot of points, man. It's tough. It's something to think about.
That's going to be tough, but I mean, if there's a team that
can do it.
that can do it,
It's them.
it's them. So that's kind of where it gets
Well, coming up
dicey.
Coming up to 2A, with 2A, Seaforth, they've been the favorite all year long.
Yeah.
They qualified 9, I think, was the total. They qualified 9 guys.
I think so.
I'm pretty sure it's 9, and they have the high-end firepower. They got Gabe Rogers. They got Lane Armstrong.
Yeah.
Lloyd, Compton, Q-Ball. Right? I said if they're going to win, it's going to be because
Yeah, they
Lloyd,
punched 9 in.
Yeah, Lloyd, Compton, and Q-Ball do what they're supposed to do. If they put all 5 of those guys in the finals or in the top 3, I think it's over.
Yeah.
Right? RS Central, though, don't look past them. They're coming. They're coming. They obviously proved it in the dual final.
Yeah.
They proved it in the dual final, and they qualified a bunch winning the Region 2, right? They qualified 8. They have a bunch of kids that can make the finals, specifically Caleb Cox, Huggins, and 190 is in a good spot, right? They have a couple other people that are really good. So they're there too. I think Trinity qualifying 10, and we talked about them. They have some kids.
Trinity punching 10 in was really, really big.
Yeah, and they got some kids in really good spots. I think Trinity might be even maybe more so than RS, I don't know, might be the team to challenge Seaforth here. Okay? 3A, Union Pines.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Union Pines. They qualified 11.
Yes.
They still have Brock Sullivan.
Yep.
Dominic Blue.
Yep.
Dan Trail's going to place high, in my opinion.
Yep.
Trip Sullivan's going to place high, in my opinion.
Yep.
They got Joseph Lloyd, Keaton Crawford, Evan Thompson, Liam Miles.
But they lost.
They did lose 20 to 25 points, which makes this a little more in the air. If they had him, it's over before it starts, in my opinion.
I think so. I mean,
but they still
no
qualify.
disrespect.
They qualify 11, right? All 11 of those guys can place really well, right? I would even say 7 of them are probably going to place very high, right? And if Brock and Dominic Blue, Tripp, and Dan Trell do what they normally do, they're gonna be in the driver's seat. But Pisgah's bringing 6 really tough kids.
Yeah, and the thing that I noticed as we kept on going through is that Pisgah,
in good spots.
their kids, they're in really, really good spots. So that's where it's one of those things that does matter a lot whenever you're talking about.
I agree. I think so too. And I also think,
especially whenever you don't have, like, don't get me wrong, Kane Bryson, top end talent.
Yeah.
Like
top end, Lena Pope, top end 10.
Yeah.
But then
top end.
The next tier, where are they going to line?
Right.
Yep.
And so bracket position matters in those situations.
And I will say this too. Winning a state tournament and winning a regional tournament, 2 different ball games.
Yeah.
Right? St. Stephen's was only 15 points behind Pisgah. But St. Stephen's might be set up even better than Pisgah to win a state tournament title. Not saying that they won't. I think it's they're about even, but I'm saying they might, right? Zane Taylor could place high. St. Stephen's Reimer could place high. Right? They got guys that place high and give them points. Piedmont's another one. Piedmont qualified a few out of the Midwest, and I think that they're set up in some spots with Caleb Edwards, Jackson Thomas, Elijah Oakley.
Yeah.
They did get some tough draws though, which could
that was a big thing that I saw with them
Yeah.
was that their spots in the bracket.
Yeah, they got
some dog fights.
Seven guys all in tough
get-go.
spots.
Yeah, I don't think a single one of them had a really easy path anywhere. You know. But then we go up to 4A, and you've got Huff.
Davy, Hickory Ridge, Cardinal Gibbons. Yeah, and Lumberton.
Yeah, you can't count Lumberton.
Do not count out Lumberton.
Yeah.
Do not do it. Did you see Teague's picture? He put up. I think it was on Teague's personal one. They put the Mideast Championship trophy in like the bus driver seat, and it was in the buckle. They're like taking this home. I was dead. That was so funny. That was so freaking funny.
Little things for you.
Little things. Little things
make it up, bud.
That team title race is wide freaking open, and I feel like
4A is
always like that.
It's always 5 teams that just.
I mean, Lumberton was right there to beat Davy last year.
Yeah.
And Davy could do it again. Hickory Ridge could do the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. We talked through it, right?
Huff could do it.
Aiden Sefchuk, Caden Glass, if they do what they're supposed to do for Davy, and Davy pulls some of these kids that the Andrew Davises and those guys do what they can do, Ryder Strickland, Davy's going to be the front plate. Huff qualified 10, I'm pretty sure. So they are in a good spot with a lot of room for error.
Yeah.
Cardinal Gibbons is bringing a crew, and the kids that Cardinal Gibbons are bringing.
Yeah, Luke Richards, Spencer Sterling, Jonathan Benini. Yeah. Liam Hickey.
Yeah, all these kids can place really high, so they could run away with this thing too.
Could place really high or win it.
Hickory Ridge, I really feel like if Hickory Ridge is going to win, it's not going to be Colt Campbell, Damon Couture, Brady Donovan. It's going to be the Connor Sousas, Asher Watson, Jacob Hall guys that win the title for them. Lumberton, it's the Ellison brothers, right?
Yeah.
If the Ellison brothers place high, and Powell places high.
And Hall.
Hall's going to do his thing. That's where they're going to win this tournament. It's going to be down to the wire. It's going to come down to Saturday night, I think.
Yeah.
I really believe that. Huff with probably the most room for error, I think, as far as numbers go. And they have Rolling and the Kostoff brothers. So those are really tough. Feliciano could be a big point. Like we talked about that quarter quad could be really huge for them. Cody Bowie is definitely big for Huff, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. After what happened at 4A state duels, it's wide open, right? Team Race Talk brought to you by OBX.
Girls.
Oh, and the girls. This is why I didn't think about talking about the girls, because
Lumberton.
No. Hope County.
I know. I just want to see if
Hope County.
I know. I just want to see if I could set you up.
Hope County, shut the door. That's how I feel.
Slam it shut.
I felt like that. Now I feel like.
Hey, T, just remember that.
Jack Britt, Havelock,
shut.
Blaney are the biggest challengers.
Yeah.
And Parkwood might be in there too, because they've got a couple of studs right there that could score a lot of points.
Absolutely.
I just think Hope County is just kind of a level above that.
Yeah.
They qualified the most. They have the most big guns. And I said this: is there a program in the state that's better at both boys and girls than Hope County? I think Union Pines is maybe the second best one. Hope County boys girls program, comprehensive, right? When you look at comprehensive, both the boys and the girls, Hope County, then Union Pines maybe. When you think both those, it's tough.
That's
interesting to think about.
That's a really good. I'd have to think about that before. I'd have to look into it more before I commented on that. I think.
Okay.
Like before I really took a hot take and made some people mad.
I'm just going with my first initial thought.
Know if...
So, but Team Race Talk was brought to you by OBX Wrestling Factory. If you're anywhere near the Outer Banks, you need to get in that room. Obviously, you see the results that's producing with Riddick and Sumner's and Everest, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So don't go anywhere.
One last
section,
segment. And really one of my favorites, brought to you by MOW Talk.
This is something we want to do this year. Talk about who should be the MOW.
College wrestling has the Hodge.
Yeah, and we don't have the Hodge per se, but this is the MOW.
Yep.
This is who we think should win it at the state tournament.
Who we think might win it.
It might win.
Not should yet, because we got to see
when
how
we
they
get
compete.
there, we're going to keep talking about it
compete.
every show.
Yeah.
Talk about who we think should win it based on what's happening. There's a lot of different ways you can go with MOW, right? Toughest bracket or best kid in the building or whatever, right? We appreciate K Vegas sponsoring this segment. Awesome club, obviously producing kids like Lorenzo Alston, right?
Right.
Who, speaking of Lorenzo Alston, got to be one of the favorites.
Kicking it all for 1A there?
1A. MOW favorite, maybe? I don't know. I think him, to me, it's 3 guys. 4 guys.
Cooper Foster,
Kenneth Fritz, Cale
Dunn.
Those 4. Those 4. It's going to be a race to see who wins that one.
Or whoever beats one of them.
Yeah, if somebody beats one of them, they should get MOW. But
just saying.
Just one of those people, one of those kids, Lorenzo Alston, Pritz, Foster, Dunn, I think wins MOW. Those are our 4.
In 1A.
In 1A. In
2A.
2A, Elijah Horton.
Yeah.
He's got to be in there. But
he might be a front runner.
He might. Him and Jed and Allred, that's a really tough match. Here's another one. Gabe Rogers.
Lane Armstrong.
Here's where Lane Armstrong, Cameron Goo, 2 state champs wrestling each other in finals. One of them beats each other.
Yeah.
That's probably where I go. That might be where I go. Yep. If you're looking at dominance, probably going to be Gabe Rogers, probably going to be Elijah Horton. Maybe Elijah Horton's got Jaden Allred, which he beat in overtime a couple weeks ago, so that's a tough match. That's what I'm saying. Caleb Cox, I think, could be in that one, right? He's been one of the most dominant guys all year long. I would like to see Braxton Walker be in consideration.
So that's my thing is MOW at the state tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Should it be based off the whole season or based off the state tournament?
State tournament. State tournament.
Okay.
I think. Because Mouse's are outstanding wrestler at the state tournament.
Girls, I think there's one clear answer here.
Yeah, I agree.
Leah Edwards.
Leah Edwards.
Or whoever dethrones her.
Yeah. Leah Edwards is number 1. If Leah Edwards, let's take her out of the equation. Leah Edwards, I'm putting you over there. Who else would be in the running? I think Faith Bain or Samaya.
Yeah.
I think whoever wins the 152 bracket should be in there.
Yeah.
That one's tough, right? Anna Ackerman, I could see getting in there too. As a consideration, right?
But really, it's got to be, unless she just squeaks by every match.
If Addison Vendigny
yeah,
does what she did at freaking regional tournament, it's gonna be really hard to say no to that. No to that, right?
That's a tough one. All right, 3A.
3A. Okay, we got the Cradle King. We got Bentley Sly.
Yeah, he's gonna be the front runner.
Will Varner, man.
Will
freaking Varner.
Kevin O'Brien.
Yep, Kevin O'Brien, right?
O'Brien, my bad.
Whoever wins 215, Xavier Wilson should be in consideration.
Yeah, if Xavier Wilson comes out of that bracket, whoever comes out of 215's bracket in 3A,
fire
with Young, with Pope, Reimer, and Xavier Wilson.
Yeah, it's a good one. So I think Bentley, O'Brien. What about the winner of Kane Bryson, Mac Johnson, if that happens? What about the winner of the 4 state runner-ups at 132? I think 3A is the most intriguing MOW race because you have Sly, Wilson. Wilson's got like a real tough bracket. Will Varner is gonna probably have to be the state champ again. Nathan McCartney, really good. Gonna have to beat another state runner-up potentially.
Mm-hmm.
And then 132 has 4 state runner-ups. You got 2 state champs on 126. You got Mac versus Kane. 3A, I really don't know. We're gonna have to get in the mix and see who's kind of front runner when we get there.
Yeah, 4A.
4A, I think Liam Hickey. Right? Liam Hickey.
Probably.
Maybe.
I think if he bonuses his way.
What about Colt Campbell, though? Colt Campbell and him, I think, are going to be racing for bonus. Colt Campbell, Liam Hickey.
Yeah.
Or, you know what? If we went another way, I kind of want to go 132 or 138. 138 is so wide open with Bethea, Rowland, Jackson Young.
Yeah,
all those. It's just hard to pick against, not pick against, but hard to not give it to.
I think after round one, after round one Thursday,
we'll
have a way better picture of
what about
of who's
the winner
out.
of Couture versus Rivera getting the MOW.
I don't hate it. The only thing I don't like about it is that looking at the face value of their bracket, they're the 2 that are on tiers above.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
You know,
I
the
agree,
other names we've listed have to knock off really, really, really tough guys. Not saying that there's no tough guys at 4A 285, but whenever you're looking at some of these other brackets,
you go straight to versus some of those. All right. So, MOW Talk brought to you by K Vegas Elite Cradle Trained.
And we'll be able to talk way more
once
about
we get
this.
there.
I'm telling you, once round one,
we're gonna know.
Yeah,
we're gonna know
we'll know not who's gonna get it,
but
who's in the race.
Yeah,
who's really
dedicated to providing a safe and inclusive environment for individuals to grow in the sport. No matter if you're just a kid starting out or an experienced wrestler.
Yeah.
Go to Coach Kendall Nelson. He has cornerstone the best wrestlers across the country, including a Team Dynasty team that had Bo Bassett and Seth Mendoza and Monoretto and Jax Forrest and many more of the best wrestlers across the country. He's trained Lorenzo Alston, one of the best kids in our state right now, and they are located in Winston-Salem. Cradle Trained K Vegas Elite. Thank you for sponsoring our MOW Talk. We'll continue that segment as we move. Thanks for buckling up with us, guys. We had a consistent amount of people on all of our platforms. It is state tournament week, Rhett Hoy. We are 4 hours in. Rhett Hoy worked all day, came straight here, got the stream ready.
I'm tired.
I bet he's tired. He's ready to go. But guess what, guys? We will see you at the state tournament in just a few days. Cannot wait. Let's go. Thanks for watching. Thanks for your support. See y'all soon.